2022. Just as a reminder, this meeting's been live streamed, so obviously residents will be able to log on from their computers, laptops and iPads and view this, and obviously this live stream will be available straight away, so if anyone wants to go back and check the accuracy, they will be able to. Okay, so with that we'll go on to, we'll start the meeting here this evening. This is our first meeting of the year from the elections that we had in May. So I would like to welcome new members, Paul Arnold and James Tandy and Councillor Shinnick. I know you've been with us before, so it's great to see you back. Yeah, I wish everyone the best of luck this year. Really exciting year here in Thurrock, and we've got some really big applications coming through. So with that, we'll go to apologies for absence. Kenna, do we have any apologies for absence? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just the one apology this evening from Councillor Howden.
Excellent. All right, we'll go on to minutes of the meeting, found on pages 5 to 16. That was the meeting held on the 7th of April and the 21st of April 2022. Are there any comments on the accuracy of the minutes for those members that were in attendance? Thank you. Okay, is that agreed? Yeah, okay, thank you. Brilliant. All right then, so items of urgent business. There are no items of urgent business. Just briefly to let members of the public, agents and officers know, item 14, Woodlands Koi Farm, that was withdrawn today by the applicant. So that one is no longer on the agenda here this evening. And we've had a lot of emails through from Kipling Avenue about a potential site visit today. So I'm going to move that up to the first item this evening, just to see if there's appetite there for that site visit, and that would negate the need on members waiting around for a long time just to hear those words. So I'll just quickly move that. We'll see if that's supported. If not, we will discuss that item in full almost straight away. Okay, so we move on to declarations of interest. Declarations of interest. Are there any? I'll go first. I won't be participating in item 10, Thames Enterprise Park, found on pages 93 to 278, and the reason being is I am employed by the Ports World London Gateway, a full-time dock worker, and you will see in that report there's elements of concern, so I will have I will remove myself from the process when we get to that, and Councillor Polly, as Vice Chair, you kindly be taking that item forward. Any other declarations of interest? No? Okay. No interest. Okay, so declarations of receipt of any correspondence. Right, so we've had quite a lot over the last few days, and I know a lot of this has been circulated, so I'll start. I've had quite a few emails today from Councillor John Allen on behalf of the residents, and those emails were sent to everyone on the planning committee. I had an email from a Susan Hewer on item 9. I understand she's a chair of the local Amenity Forum, and that was in relation to the school, item 9, and that was a letter of objection and concern. I've had an email from Adam Bryan and Zoe Gordon in relation to item 10, that's SLEP support, and that went to me. I think that went to yourself as well. Other members, have you received that email? Yeah, brilliant. And then I've also had an email from a Derek Moody, resident, in objection to the school in Averley. Councillor Pangela, he sent his statement of objection to the school today. That was sent to everyone. And I also had an email from a Kathy Fershon, and that was a local resident. That was a letter of objection as well. So a huge amount of correspondence this month. Has anyone received anything else? Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Chair. I've received an email from Councillor Pearce about objection to Averley Primary School.
Brilliant, thank you.
Chair, I've also received emails about 22 Bridge Road. I believe that was from the applicant and support.
Okay, thank you. If anyone's having trouble seating, obviously we do have a few spare chairs here, so please feel free to use those if needs be. You might have to sit in front of each other, unfortunately. I do apologise. Councillor Pickler.
Just confirm, Chair, that I've also had the same correspondence that you've received, so that's already been noted.
Brilliant, thank you. Councillor Shinnick, thank you. Councillor Arnold. Councillor Tandy. Brilliant. All right then. Okay, so I think that's declaration of receipt of any correspondence covered. All right then, so let's go on to planning appeals. Lee, now obviously you've got some information there on how we've got on this year, and I think, Lee, you're going to look at the planning performance report and obviously the appeals. If you've got any questions for Lee after he's made his statement, please do, and I'll bring you in. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. So we've got two reports on the agenda this evening, item 6 and item 7. So item 6 is your normal planning appeal performance report, but item 7 is what we present to the first meeting of the new municipal year, which is a planning performance report which does a bit of a look back over the performance from the year previous. So page 32, 33 of the agenda, some really encouraging statistics in here, particularly given the pandemic in the past 2 years that we've had. So in taking the decisions made in 21-22, going through certain multipliers, we've worked out that those decisions of the council translate to £66 million to Thurrock's economy, which is a product of 130,000 square metres of commercial floor space. 1,207 new jobs were created, and 877 new homes being consented in that year. So some really good headlines there. And despite the pandemic, workloads have continued to rise, so applications are continuing to come in. So the service is now seeing a 26% increase in planning applications on this time 2 years ago, which again is very encouraging sign. In the same period, planning service negotiated and secured £2.7 million in Section 106 benefits through 106 agreements. So some really good news there, Chair. In terms of planning appeals, so the appeal rate of overturn rates is slightly higher than what we'd expect, and it's been higher than previous years, but it's something that we'll just need to keep an eye on. There's no obvious trend that the service has been able to identify, but what we have noted is that across Essex there has been a bit of inconsistency that we've reported from the Planning Inspectorate, and the Essex Planning Officers Association has recently written to the Planning Inspectorate raising some concerns in relation to consistency of decision making. So whilst this correspondence takes place, it remains vital, obviously, that we do make sure that our decisions are linked back to firmly grounded in planning policy and taking material considerations as relevant. So with that, Chair, there were the headlines that I wanted to report. Any questions? Happy to field them.
Fantastic. Any questions for Lee? No? Okay, so obviously a really positive year. Obviously we are finding some of these appeals are going away and they're coming back successful more often than usual. So obviously we'll seek guidance from the government there to see what's changed, if anything. But ultimately it's good news. I think it's good news that it's more bricks in the ground. So let's hope for another positive 12 months. All right then. So with that, we'll move forward to item. Well, we obviously covered item 6 and item 7 there. We'll move on to item 8, which is a public address to the Planning Committee. So that now allows us to discuss the remaining items on the agenda. Obviously, it's an incredibly large agenda here this evening. I have briefed officers and councillors. We want to try and keep things flowing. We really want to try and get through this stuff in a good time. But I do anticipate roughly. I imagine the meeting could go on good 4 or 5 hours potentially. So let's see how we get on. Well, we will do our best to pretty sure we will get through everything and we'll try and get there as quick as we can. All right then, so with that, I have moved one item forward on the agenda. That's item 16, 21/02004 FUL Kipling Avenue, and that's a land adjacent to 13 to 29 Kipling Avenue. Just out of interest, if anyone is standing, if you wanted a seat, we do have a couple of seats available. So if you're happy to stand, please remain. But if not, please come to the front and bring it and sit down if you like. Okay, so with that, we will bring in Jonathan as our lead officer on this particular item, who's joining us remotely this evening. However, just before we get to Jonathan, we've obviously had a lot of emails today from residents asking us, can we go to site, can we take a look at Kipling Avenue? On that basis, right from the get-go, is anybody interested in a site visit? Councillor Polly, you're interested, seconded by Councillor Watson. All those in favour of a site visit for Kipling Avenue, please raise your hands. Okay, fantastic. Kenny, you happy with that? Item 16, which was at the back of the agenda, we're going to go straight to a site visit, and we will get a few dates come forward this month. I think that's the right decision. We didn't want to wait 4 or 5 hours for a site visit there. All right, brilliant. Thank you. So with that, we'll then go on to item 9, which is 22/0077/FULPS, Harrier Primary School, land adjacent to the A13 and Love Lane, Aveley, Essex, found on pages 37 to 92. This is obviously a deferred item from our meeting in April, and I understand, obviously, we've got a few new members, so only myself, Councillor Georgette Polly, Councillor Terry Piccolo, and Councillor Watson will be participating in this. Councillor Arnold, Councillor Tandy, Councillor Shinnick, obviously, you won't be able to participate, but we'll bring you back for the next item. All right then, so with that, let's head on to... just as a reminder for anyone who wasn't here at the beginning, Woodlands Koi Farm, item 14, has been withdrawn by the applicant, and that's just for anyone who's came in the last few minutes who didn't hear that at the beginning. Okay, so with that, we'll go on to Harrier Primary School. Lucy, would you be so kind as to present the report? Thank you.
Oh, other one. Thank you. Okay, this application is for construction of a new 2-form entry primary school and nursery with associated outdoor facilities. By way of an update, since the last committee meeting, there have been 3 additional comments of objection received. There were no additional matters raised within these objections. Can you go back one slide? Okay, the application site is located to the south of Aveley and north of the A13. The site is accessed from Love Lane, which is to the north east and is a residential street. There is currently a right-of-way through the application site. Either side of the public right-of-way, the land is used for agricultural purposes, and the land is located within Greenbelt. Next slide. On this aerial photograph, you can see the site within the centre of the slide. Next slide. Okay, this block plan shows the proposed new school building in the north-eastern corner of the site. The school building would be 2 storeys and create 2,400 square metres of floor space. The school would also offer a number of external play areas for the students, with hard service mooga courts located just west of the school building. There'd also be playing fields to the south of the building. So this shows the proposed elevations. The ground floor would be clad in a mixture of buff, grey brick and red cladding. The first floor to the roof would be clad in a mixture of vertical timber cladding and red cladding. Since the last committee meeting, the applicant has worked with the council's urban designer to improve the aesthetics of the proposed building. Next slide. These visuals show a 3D image of the proposed elevations. And then, so these photos, this shows the view from the proposed entrance to the site in Love Lane facing west on footpath 145. This shows a view from within the site facing north-east towards Love Lane on footpath 145. This shows the school site to the left and Clare Court to the right. And the final photograph, this is from within the site facing east towards Hall Lane on footpath 145. Okay, so the application is located within Greenbelt and the proposals compromise inappropriate development. Consequently, there would be definitional harm to the Greenbelt as well as harm by way of loss of openness and harm to a number of purposes of the Greenbelt, and substantial weight should be attached to this harm. However, the applicant has set out factors which they consider to constitute very special circumstances, which are the need for school places and sequential testing, which has happened to kind of see if there's any other sites which could accommodate a school. So consideration of these factors is set out in the report, and it's concluded that a case of very special circumstances exists. It's concluded that all other matters of detail are acceptable, subject to conditions. Okay, thank you, Chair. That's it.
Excellent, thank you. Okay then, so with that, that now opens up to questions, and to the other members who are able to participate. Do I have any questions in relation to the deferral? No? Georgette, no, nothing to add. Okay, so Lucy, looking at obviously what happened last time round, obviously you had a long list of concerns. You've gone away, you've come back. Looking at this BREEAM target, obviously there's a suggestion there that whilst it's not ideal, it would be quite expensive really to meet those costs. And then in addition, looking at access, it's probably one for highways, but you're still sticking with the drop-off area, the school drop-off area in the report as well, yeah?
Yeah, the drop-off area for 15 cars, it actually is more generous than policy the new highway standards ask for. So, yep.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of design, I mean, obviously that was something I was really nervous about. Obviously, it was quite disappointed, I think, the first time round for the Department for Education just to come to us and not really listen to what the council looks for in terms of design. But obviously, in the last few weeks, they've gone away and they've improved the design quality. Found on page 41. Are you happy with that? Yeah.
Yeah, we've had a few meetings with the applicant and one of the council's urban designers, and we are content that effort has been put in to improve the elevations.
Chair, can I just, on that point, and it's quite an important point, there have been changes to the elevations. The report we presented to you in April also set out some concerns about layout. Only the elevations have been changed. So if you look at paragraph 3.7 of the update report on page 42, that just makes it clear there have been incremental improvements to the elevations of the building.
Okay, thank you for that, Matt. All right then, have you got any further questions in relation to this?
No.
No, nothing to add? No, okay, no. All right then. Okay, so this is a deferred item. Obviously, we would have had opportunity to listen to and read the letters that we've had in relation to this from the forum and local residents. That now opens us up to, if there's no further questions, we'll go straight into debate. Did anyone want to start debating on this particular item? Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Chair. I've still got really bad concerns with this school. I just feel currently that it's in the wrong place. So Purfleet and Thames will be having, at some point, a primary school. Do we know when that's coming through, Lee, at all?
Yeah, so obviously I think it's in some of the comments today there was it was made actually look in Averley there is a school coming in the Purfleet Regeneration Project. Would it be more suitable to wait until that programme moves forward? What's your thoughts? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. So the Purfleet Regeneration, or Purfleet on Thames, I should probably call it. Now, Regeneration Proposals I am familiar with for a number of years. There is a Section 106 legal agreement which was negotiated and signed between the council and the developer. It's a little bit more complicated than that because Perfleet Regeneration don't actually have a land interest in the whole of the site, but there is a Section 106 obligation for education, and that will deliver a new primary school. And off the top of my head, I can't recall if it's a 2-form entry or 3-form entry. I think it's 2-form entry, but I'm going from memory from probably 3 or 4 years ago now. I think it's a 2-form entry.
Do you want to speak?
Yeah.
Yes, it's a 2-form entry.
Yeah, so that's a 2-form entry primary, and the triggers, and again, off the top of my head, the triggers are either a time trigger or before occupation of, I think it's 300. It's more, because of COVID, it's more likely to be delivered before occupation of 300 units. It's worth making the point that obviously Perfleet Centre Regeneration will deliver 2,850 dwellings in its entirety. That school provides mitigation in terms of educational provision for Perfleet Centre. That's why the Section 106 was negotiated. So it's a specific mitigation in terms of primary school education. There's also early years provisions as well, but it's for Perfleet Centre so that the scheme mitigates its impact on education provision.
Okay, thank you. Just a slight bit of housekeeping. When we're speaking on the mics, obviously, if we could turn them off, the camera, new technology, it follows the mic, okay? So if we could just keep that in mind. Councillor Watson.
So I think where this is situated, has anybody gone and seen down Mayflower Road in Trafford how bad that traffic is, as it's a one-way in? Now, Love Lane is just like that. So what are we going to do to mitigate that traffic going down that road with the surrounding residential houses?
Before Matt's, sorry, I've jumped just before he went, but just on that point about the location, Lucy said in introduction that one of the cases put forward for the applicant as amounting to the Greenbelt Very Special Circumstances judgment was that a sequential test had been undertaken. So the applicant has looked at what land is reasonably available for a school of that size within the catchment area of Aveley, and they haven't come up with anything. So as a locational issue, if you like, or just on that basic point about what's the best location, what's the most reasonably available, ready-to-go location to deliver a school within a reasonable time frame. That is it. I mean, obviously within the urban area of Aveley, you'd be hard-pressed to find a vacant, available site, so that tends to push applicants towards Greenbelt sites. It was the same argument on Thames Park School, which this committee considered in 2021, I think off the top of my head, or maybe 2021. So that's the broad locational point. I'll let Matt Ford chip in on the highways point.
Thank you, Chair. I think as part of the assessment for the school, the applicant demonstrated that the road network was suitable in terms of its geometric design standards, and the traffic impact they've effectively mitigated out by the on-site layout with the pick-up and drop-off point for those parents that live outside of the safe walking distance. Any children that go to that school that's outside that safe walking distance and is their required school, they are eligible for school transport at the present. And there's a school travel plan that backs up and reinforces the need for parents to walk and cycle their children to school. And we've asked for a package of measures to make that as safe as possible around the school entrance.
Okay, thank you. Just out of interest as well, so we had the questions phase, we moved into the debate. I think we've gone back to questions, so yeah, we've now moved back into the question phase, yeah. So please continue, thank you.
So, Matt, thanks for what you've just said about the traffic and the network, but that's in reality what the developer is saying, but not what will actually happen down that road, because I'm pretty sure the developer on Sheffield 100 probably said exactly the same about the Harris School in Mayflower Road. And the reality is, it's an absolute nightmare. And that road is about the same width as what Love Lane is. So what will the council do to help prevent what's happening down in Mayflower if this school goes ahead?
Thank you, Chair. I think to put into context, Mayflower Road has a primary school and a secondary school placement within it, and since 2012 they've had a second primary school that's accessed off Mayflower Road as well. In terms of the geometric standards of the two sites, yes, they are comparable in width. I think the difference is, though, is that Mayflower isn't a straight road, whereas Love Lane is a straight road, and a lot of the issues that you get on Mayflower Road is the issue between school transport, public transport and school crossings. And that seems to be the main issue on Mayflower Road, and the council is investigating that. With regards to Love Lane, again, outside the planning process, the council is working on schemes to improve capacity on that road. It's not really something that the applicant can evidence in their supporting statements, but there are schemes that are being put forward this year to improve the road width and the parking situation that's down that road. But that's kind of outside the planning process at the moment. I think on the basis of the policy, this application does meet the required policy directions that we've set and has been agreed by members. So there isn't necessarily anything as part of the policy package that we've got that we can necessarily draw any negative conclusions of this application at this time.
Brilliant. Okay then. Thank you. Thanks for those questions and thanks for those answers there, officers. Is there any further questions? No? Okay. Obviously, I think we've got a good few questions there. Right, so now we'll move into the debate phase where we debate the application amongst ourselves, and then we'll move forward to a recommendation, whether that's to approve or reject the officer recommendation. Before we get there, would anyone like to start the debate on this application this evening? No? Okay. Councillor Piccolo, then I'll go to Councillor Polly.
Yeah, it's just I can understand local residents' concerns about the traffic, but my concerns is that over the short to medium term, there is going to be a requirement for additional school spaces. I'd much rather there be an over provision now than an under provision in the future, forcing children to travel further away from where they're living. It would be, I think, a bit naive of the planning committee to think that there won't be other planning applications coming forward within the vicinity that could actually increase the number of children that would require to go to that type of school. So whilst I can understand the reasons for local residents being concerned about it, I think I'm as concerned for the future education of the children that move into the area, reducing the number of journeys they would have to make further afield. And as I say, whilst it might not happen immediately, I can see the need for it in the not too distant future.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Polly.
Thank you very much, Chair. It may seem that we're a little bit short on questions on this application, but we did give it a grilling on its first hearing, and that's why the application was deferred. And I feel we could only really comment on the items that have come back, that have changed from the deferral, which were the design statements. We do have the travel plan that will be detailed. We have, as regards the Purfleet on Thames situation, they've only recently had a secondary school after many years without all their children being ferried out to every secondary school across the borough, as far as Hassenbrook and Aveley this means that when these children then are on their school holidays, all their school chums and people they would normally sort of mix with are not in their local areas, and it doesn't build for community bonding. So I think one of the criticisms that the council has always received is we build the houses and the infrastructure comes afterwards. I think I agree wholeheartedly with what Councillor Piccolo was saying. This is us rethinking and making sure that it's phased development, that we're putting the soft infrastructure in alongside the housing numbers. And we are tasked with big housing numbers, as much as it may be unpopular, that we are looking to deliver up to 30,000 new dwellings. And for Thurrock to be a place of choice, people moving into the area will want to see that we're providing the educational facilities. In another sphere, we're looking at the IMCs and that, the health provision, the educational. We want Thurrock to be a place of destination, and I would concur with Councillor Piccolo that it would be better to have over provision at the moment that will allow for the capacity of growth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments there? No? Okay. All right, then, so I'll add to that what Councillor Polly said. Yeah, I do appreciate there wasn't a lot of questions there, but we did spend a good sort of hour and a half last time round going through the pros and cons of this school. Obviously, I think the deferral was the right thing. I think they've gone away, they've come back with a better redesign. Ultimately, with primary schools, no matter where you put them, they're always going to be a bit of a stickler with access. I myself live directly outside Quarry Hill School. Oh. I know when we approved Alsett Heath Academy recently, one of our thought processes early on in the process was actually, can we move the school further away from the residential area, a little bit further up Stamford Road? But then obviously the concern came in, well, you can move it half a mile up the road, but then the kids have then got to travel an extra half a mile. So ultimately, by their virtue, they do generally have to be in close-knit residential areas. Looking at this particular location, I accept that it's not perfect. Listening to the officers, it is one of the only available locations in this area at this time. And in terms of the school pupil numbers, I do agree with you, Councillor Polly. Ultimately, we do get that on the doorstep a lot. You're not building enough hospitals, you're not building enough schools. Build them first, then the homes come. And actually, in Averley, if we do approve this evening, that they will be ahead of the game. So there are obviously a few negatives if we was to reject this evening. Obviously, this is a government-funded project. If we do have to then send children elsewhere, obviously that falls on us. We then have to locate them through travel, and that obviously falls on the council as well. So, elements of regret. I accept that the residents may not be too happy with this one. But I do feel on balance, given the pressures on school numbers, given the nature that they do need to be in residential areas, I do feel that from a planning committee's perspective, we've done the right thing by deferring it, coming back with a better design, and I think in general that's the best we can do. It's nice that these newer schools do have the drop-off points. I think that's something we've pushed lately. On all of our new schools, even though there's not a requirement. So hopefully that will alleviate some pressure. Let's be realistic, it's not going to alleviate all the pressure. School-run mums and dads, they are a bit of a nightmare. They don't care. I'll be honest with you, I had one just park across my drive the other day and just shoot off for 5 minutes. Only be 5 minutes, he said. It's tough, but that's actually for the school and the council to manage in the travel plan. So, with elements of regret, I see no other option but to approve this evening. And unless, Councillor Watson, you had anything to say, we'll move to the vote. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. I feel, yes, we need schools. I think it's in the wrong place. I actually also feel that we shouldn't be looking at this is just the only option. We should be looking in the borough somewhere else, maybe. In terms of, like, this is for local children in Averley, that's not the case across the whole of borough anyway. Children travel into primary schools all over the place. I know that South Ockenden children go to Purfleet-on-Thames primary school and vice versa. You've already got two primaries that are in Averley. and we're just going to build another primary. So you're going to build another primary, where's the other secondary, if you're looking at a bulging of all these primary schools? So that's going to be the next issue. And I know we have got one coming, because we agreed one on over at Blackshots. But I just think that this will end up, what worries me about this school is it will end up in the fact that it's a free school, that's absolutely fine, but the residents will suffer, the roads will be parked. I live on a road where there's a primary school at the end of my road, and they park all the way up my road, and with all the best will in the world, it doesn't matter if you're thinking that parents are going to walk their children to school. They don't. They do get in the cars and drive down the end of the road and drop their children off. So you're always going to have that issue. Love Lane, for me, will need a lot of work on that to ensure that travel plan actually works. And also, it's taken a massive piece of Greenbelt. You know, so all in all, for me, yes, I'm for the education of our children. Yes, I don't think we've got a very strong case to say it's for Averley children, because you can't even agree that. You don't even know that. So, and I just think that I don't like the way this is the only option, to be frank with you, and that's my feeling on it.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Sorry, you wanted to add something there? You're gone.
Thank you, Chair. Just in response to the primary school being in that area for Averley children, when we look at our pupil place plan, we look at our hotspot areas, so we look at the areas where we have the highest number of births. Averley, along with Tilbury and Grays, are one of those areas, which is why we look at, when we're forecasting our data, where we need school places. What we don't want to do is children and families having to be transported across the borough to other schools where that's the nearest place that there would be. So what we try to do is make sure that there are places where they are needed. We've got sufficient places in all of the planning areas where they're needed. If we didn't, we'd be putting in bulge classes in those areas, or we would be transporting them to the next nearest school, which sometimes means that we then, that is a cost to the council, and we then have to provide that transport for those families. So we try to, make sure there are places locally for all of the children that we have. Thank you, Chair.
Totally agree with where you're coming from, but the reality is children travel across all of the borough, regardless what you're going to put in place. What my issue is on this is a bit that it is the only option. I just feel, why is it the only option? As I said, we've got Purfleet in Thames Primary School that will be coming through. Yes, there is 3,000 properties going to be there, but there is no reason why children in Averley and Kennington can't use that when it comes through. There's no reason why Purfleet on Thames Primary School are already there. If they've got bulge classes, if not, why not? So there is other options. All I'm saying is this is going to be on a greenbelt piece of land, massive greenbelt piece of land, in an area where you're going to have trouble with the parking and the travelling down. And as I said, I'm not particularly against any school for any child, because the children are the future, so we need to do the education right for them. But equally at the same time, we've got to ensure that it is put in the right place, in a right building that looks right, with the right bream, and that they can't bring it up to standard just in case, because it's not viable anymore. So all I'm saying to you is I personally feel this is in the wrong place. I personally feel we could look at another options for the amount that's going to come through, and that's where I will stand. And unfortunately, that's not going to change my mind. But thanks for explaining. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for your comments there. I understand sort of where you're coming. In terms of the bream, this is the Department for Education, so ultimately it's their public education money that would go towards that standard. So in a sense, whilst I accept what you're saying, that is still £350,000 going towards bream, when ultimately that will then be coming out of the education budget. In terms of the school, this idea about the Purfleet, for me, the children travelling from Averley to Purfleet, that's completely unviable. They may do it now, but that doesn't mean it's viable. And if there's a better option, so when you say this isn't the only option, I think it is I accept it's not the only option, but it's probably the best option that we have available to us at the time. Wherever you put a school, wherever you put it, it's not going to be ideal. I'm struggling. I don't know a school in Thurrock, and even the ones we approved last year, whilst they're in locations, they're in the best locations that they can possibly be in. By their nature, they need to be in residential areas. So I understand where you're coming from, but this idea of travel from Aveley to Purfleet for me is unviable. It should be avoided if it can be. And I do think that children in Aveley should be going to Aveley schools. And in addition to that, really, and I know there's a lot of pressure on parents, and I can only comment on myself. I live next to a primary school, so I might not have the issue, but I don't like the idea of picking up children from outside primary schools. If I go and pick up my nephew from Bainholmes, there's no way I'm going anywhere near that school in my car, because why would I? It's going to be tough. So it is up for the parents to be more responsible. But if they are parents in Aveley, that does slightly negate the need to use a car, because they will be local, and in addition they do have the drop-off points, albeit I'll accept they still need to access the road. So I've got nothing else to add there, but if you wanted to come back on anything, and we'll head to the vote. Okay, thank you. All right then, so with that, I don't think there's any further comments. Out on page 81 on the agenda, there is a recommendation. That is a recommendation to grant planning permission. I will propose that. Is that seconded?
Seconded.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Polly. And we'll head to the vote. Obviously, just as a reminder, only 4 members are able to vote on this based on it being a deferred item. So with that, Kenna, if you're happy, we'll move to the vote. Okay, so all those in favour of granting planning permission for the Harrier Primary School, please raise your hands. Okay, thank you. That's 3 votes in favour. And all those against? Okay, that's 1 vote against. All right then, so thank you everyone for your contributions there, and thank you for residents turning up this evening to hear that. So with that, we can say agenda item 9 has been approved. Okay, so we'll now move on to the next item. Obviously, if anyone's here to hear that item specifically, you're obviously more than welcome to leave. And thank you for coming along. Okay, thank you. All right then, so things are moving along nicely. That then takes us on to a rather large item on our agenda here this evening. I think this is a particular application that's been in the works for quite some time. This is agenda item 10, 18/01404 OUT, Thames Enterprise Park, the Manaway, found on pages 93 to 278. As discussed at the beginning, as I'm an employee of London Gateway, the Byport's World, I will remove myself from the meeting, and I will come back once the item's been discussed. Okay? Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Polly, for taking this item.
Welcome, Chair. Okay, thank you, committee. So we on agenda item number 10, the Thames Enterprise Park, the Manaway, page 93 of our agendas. We will go to presentation from Officer. I'll go to Chris Purvis, please, if you give us a presentation on this application.
Thank you, Chair. This is a large-scale planning application that seeks outline planning permission with all matters reserved except for access. The permission is sought for demolition, phase remediation, redevelopment of 167 hectares of land at the former Corriton Oil Refinery for a range of employment-led land uses and development. If you return to the slides, so the first slide is the location plan. So the site is located in the south-east corner of the borough, at the end of the Manorway, to the east of the settlements of Corringham and Stanford-le-Hope. The site is irregularly shaped and measures 167 hectares. Since the oil refinery was closed, the majority of oil refinery buildings and structures have been demolished and site clearance works have taken place, and some recently have been taken place as well, subject to previous permissions. To the north and east of the site is the Thames oil port. To the west is the gas-fired power station, an oil distribution depot, and the London Gateway port and logistics parks. There are smaller-scale uses to the western boundary. Beyond the existing built environment to the north is open grassland and marshland. To the south is the River Thames. The nearest residential properties in the borough are located in Fobbing and Corringham. The only vehicle access to the site is via the Manorway for all traffic, although the site does include jetties for potential river access and old railway sidings for potential future rail access. Next slide. So there's a number of aerial photos. This shows the aerial photo looking down on the site. Next one. So this is looking west to show the sites. Some of these, most of these are actually slightly out of date now. A lot of more stuff has been cleared from the site than what's shown in these, just so you're aware. Next one, please. That's one looking north, and another looking south on the peninsula that the site sits on. So this is, I hope you can read that. This is a summary of the description. It's a large description, as you can see in the report. It is for floor spaces and a range of uses. A large portion of the development is seeking planning permission for storage and distribution uses. That would occupy more than 200,000 square metres of floor space. But also there are open storage uses, manufacturing uses, energy from waste uses, alongside ancillary uses that will be located in an amenity hub, subservient and to assist the development in terms of the placemaking aspect of this proposal. Next slide. The application is subject to an environmental impact assessment, which identifies a number of parameter plans. These have all been tested through that assessment, and the process is to understand the limits of the proposed development for this site. Parameter plans, the illustrative master plan, indicative phasing plan, and design access statement images, which you'll see in the presentation, and the planning conditions and obligations suggested would be used to inform the future applications for approval of reserved matters, along with a future design code subject to a condition for this site. So this summary table identifies the site area, the employment numbers that's anticipated to be generated on this site, 5,500 jobs, green infrastructure, ecological mitigation, building heights and access. The next slide provides a identification of the floor spaces for the use. The open storage is 20 hectares of open storage land, so that's not built form, it's open land for that. Next slide. There's now a range of photos to give you an idea of how the site looks. As a former oil refinery, there are existing oil drums, and to the right at the end of the peninsula is still part of the Thames oil part, so there's existing oil refinery uses still in operation just outside the red line area. Next slide. So it's more oil drums and the next one. So it gives you an idea of buildings and some of the areas of the buildings that have been cleared from the site. And another building. Next. The site has been used as well recently for temporary storage of shipping containers, as you can see from this photo. The next one. Again, some more oil drums. These three photos show the Shellhaven Creek, which runs through the site. That'll be a bit clearer on the plan soon. Just go back one still. Thank you. So that's the top one is going across the bridge there, and the bottom ones show the creek across the bridge. The proposal does include that bridge would still be used for vehicle traffic, but another bridge would be built next to it for pedestrian cycle access as well to the part of the site to the southwest, which you'll see in the next slide, is the phase one part of the site. In terms of this site, this was subject to decontamination and remediation works, subject for 2017 planning permission, and as you can see, that work has commenced and the site cleared and readied for future development on this site. Next one. So I now turn to the parameter plans. These are the plans that are subject for approval with this application. These would inform the reserve matters. The first one is the parameter plan 2 that shows the development plots, plots A to T. The yellow highlighted areas show the key infrastructure works, which are areas where roads would be constructed through the site. Next one. And these coloured areas show the land uses for the site. The purple area is for storage and distribution and manufacturing uses. Red is for energy usage. The beige to the east is the open storage land. And for the amenity hub, the yellow bit in the middle is for that. There are other uses associated with this site as well. Plan 4 is the green infrastructure plan, which shows the green infrastructure that will be provided through this site. To give you an idea, there are conditions and further details about that in terms of the Design Act statement, and I'll come on to that in a moment. Plan 5 deals with the building heights. So the brown areas are the tallest buildings, up to 48.4 metres high, which is similar to the heights permitted at the neighbouring London Gateway Logistics Park through their local development order. It's slightly higher than that, but this plan also allows for small-scale buildings and also a number of chimney stacks, again, needed for future energy uses at the site. The existing chimney stack would remain on the site, and that's shown in the green star as part of an area near the entrance to the site. Number 6 plan is the access and circulation plan, and this shows routing for all means of transport, crossing points, bus stop locations, and potential future linkages from the site. Next one. The site at the moment is very much private land and is guarded by security, again going back to previous oil refinery use, and it's looked at in terms of this site being similar in some areas to have that private access still, and that's what this plan is looking to show. Next one. So this slide shows the illustrative master plan, and this is how the development could look in the future. That's why this has been developed, to give you an idea of how buildings could be orientated on site along with roads, to give you an idea of how the scale of the buildings involved. There's some large buildings there associated with storage and distribution uses. The red ones are for the energy type uses. You can probably just about make out the central hub area in the middle where the amenity space is near the creeks, Shellhaven Creek, which is those green areas that sort of follow down from the northwest part of the map down to the Thames estuary. Next one. This is that same master plan overlaid on an aerial photo to give you an idea about how the site would look in terms of the existing surrounding development. Next one. So this is a helpful in terms of existing and proposed. The existing, I say existing, it's how it used to look, the top photo there in terms of the oil refinery use, and you can see the amount of development that was previously on this site. The bottom one is how the site could be developed. You've got the chimney stack shown in the centre there, and then you've got a number of warehouse type buildings and uses, as you can see. The application includes an indicative phasing plan. This just shows the phases, how the site could be built out. I mentioned the phase 1 is the yellow one to the southwest part of the site. Phase 2, again, nearest the entrance to the Manor, which would also be developed first, along with phase 1B there, which is the amenity hub. So the latter phases will be the phase 5 to the eastern part of the site, as new roads and everything can be built in between. So I mentioned accesses for determination. This is the existing access arrangements from this photo. Going straight on, you'd lead into the site there, and to the right there, that T-junction is Barker's Boulevard, and that takes you to the secondary access to this site. And there's a number of CGIs that we'll come on to now, and this one shows the 3D plan of the one of the routes in. So as you come down the Manor Way, there is a left turn, or there would be a left turn that enters into the non-HGV route that would be formed to the left where these cars are showing. In the design access statement and as within the report as well, there is a number of character areas that are shown, and that's what this plan shows. There are 4 areas in terms of built form character and 3 for landscape character areas. So if we start with the built form, this is called the Sustainable Industries Park and Amenity Hub. This would comprise the storage and distribution and manufacturing uses, but also the amenity hub in the south-east corner of this site. Some of the more smaller scale buildings are shown on this plan, but these are still large buildings in terms of but there are bigger ones shown in some of the other plans. Also on this plan, sorry, can I just finish? Thank you. there are a range of ancillary uses that would be within the Amenity Hub, including conferencing, training and education facilities. A hotel is proposed, research and development uses, various amenity uses to assist the development, including a cafe, community uses, leisure uses, as well as the location of the travel information unit would be within the Amenity Hub, where the travel plan coordinator and potential future travel plan committee would occupy. So if we go on to the CGIs to give you an idea of how this area of the site could look, the chimney being the existing chimney, although it looks like it's been painted with a logo on to give a definition of the site. Next one. So this is looking sort of to the water southwest, other side of that chimney, and then you can see the in the immediate ground the proposed buildings. Next. And that one shows the Amenity Hub, so the benefit there as well is being right in the mouth of the Shellhaven Creek, and to the south part of the site would allow views over the Thames estuary, which is clearly a benefit for people using that part of the site too. Thank you. So the northern edge built character area would include energy and energy from waste uses. The next CGI shows more in the background than the immediate foreground some of those types of uses. One of the chimney that's shown. The next one, again, this is from the north part of the site, so it's looking south. Again, this is where the energy uses are focusing, again, nearest the sort of existing oil port to the north. Next one. So there's two other character areas, the riverside and creekside built character area, comprising of large-scale storage and distribution and manufacturing uses, as well as more energy uses. And the next one shows the open storage to the east, as well as what's identified as a potential rail terminal to the southwest there, linking to existing siding areas. If we come on to the next slide, please, thank you. So this is the landscape master plan to show how the site could be landscaped. There's a little bit of work gone into this. So the next slide shows what is a park loop. So again, encouraging people to stay at the site if they're lunch break or whatever and walk around the site. There's paths and landscape features shown here. Potential for a cafe use near this Shellhaven Creek, which is to the northeast. Next slide. This shows the Shellhaven Creek, which would be obviously subject to biodiversity enhancements and things like that to try and improve it. It is very much a natural environment at present. And the next one shows a bit more emphasis about the tree-lined spine road, which goes east to west there, but also tree-lined routes that's also proposed. We've come to the next one. So the application includes a package of highway measures that would be secured through conditions in a Section 106 agreement to assist with access to and from the site. Future traffic generation has been subject of highway modelling work, and various works are proposed at 3 key junctions. And this plan shows proposed highway improvement works to the Sorrells roundabout, also known as the Port Access roundabout, and this would involve additional lanes and revised lane markings. The next one shows the A13 Manaway interchange, again subject to additional lanes and revised lane markings. And the third one is the junction 30 M25 westbound carriage off slip to the roundabout junction, subject again to revised lane markings and carriageway widenings. All those 3 slides you've just seen have been subject to highway modelling work to identify these improvements that would help mitigate the impact of the development from a traffic impact perspective. In addition to the highway works, a package of measures are proposed to promote and increase sustainable transport modes to and from the site. Next one, thank you. The active travel corridors, as they're referred to in the report, include cycle improvements in this part of the borough, linking the site to Corringham, Stanford, La Hope and to the Five Bells roundabout, as shown. And the next slide, there's also a range of sustainable transport measures, carpooling and car sharing aspects. It's all detailed in the report, but this one shows how the inclusion of bus provision could be provided with a CGI showing a bus stop site. So just coming back to the district master plan, this shows you that visual again, and if we go on to the next one, there's a 3D, I think it's the same one as we saw earlier, but a bit more bigger than what you saw when it was comparing with the existing ones to show the sites. Next slide please. I just need to cover a couple of updates. There has been additional letter of support from the South East Local Enterprise Partnership, and there are a couple of updates to 2 of the planning conditions, conditions C5 and D16. The only changes are those highlighted in red. I appreciate there's a lot of wording on there, but there's some additional wording that's gone in terms of C5 and same for D16. They work better in terms of making the conditions more tight in terms of tests and in terms of in terms of the future development as well. So just coming on to the next slide, which is the application summary side. This proposal represents one of the most significant employment-led regeneration development projects in the east of England, and would lead to the creation of 345,500 square metres of floor space, mainly for employment uses, and up to 5,500 jobs at the site. The proposal would accord with the Council's employment growth and employment land policies. As an outline application, a series of parameter plans secures the key information for the future reserve matters. Through the Illustrative Master Plan, Design and Access Statement and slides shown in this presentation, this shows how the site might appear in the future once it's developed. For the highway considerations, which is one of the main considerations with this application, the site is or was used as a former oil refinery, so would have involved vehicle movements associated with that use as the fallback position in terms of the existing land use for the site. For this application, the applicant's transport assessment proposed various measures to improve connectivity to the site and to maximise sustainable transport choices. The proposal includes a significant package of highway improvements and sustainability measures. For all other material considerations, the application is considered subject to mitigation being achieved and secured. Again, that as identified for environmental impact assessment feeds into the report. The recommendation is to grant planning permission. It's subject to a number of obligations that are listed in the table within the recommendation section of the report, and there's a list of 89 planning conditions that are organised in 15 sections, including lists of definitions to assist the conditions in terms of the future. There are two recommendations set out in this report. The recommendation A involves ecological designation, and that is for the committee to consider that, in terms of, as the recommendation says, that the development will not have a likely significant effect on a European site, either alone or in combination with other plans or projects, which is a requirement of the Conservation Habitats and Species Regulations, and is given the site's location to the Thames Estuary and Marshes Special Protection Area, which is very close to this site. Recommendation B is the one seeking planning permission, and the recommendation is to approve the application for the reasons given in this report and to delegate authority to the Assistant Director of Planning, Transport and Public Protection to finalise the Section 106 agreement and to grant planning permission subject to the Committee's agreement to the list of planning obligations and planning conditions as set out in Recommendation B. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, thank you very much for that presentation, and I think 4 years of work is for an outline planning application. I'm very impressed with the amount of detail we've got on an outline, so you can see a lot of work's gone into this. So we'll open the application for questions from members. Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask one question? There's a lot of... Is there just a one-off onto this, off the Manaway only, on this development? Because it just seems there's going to be a lot of traffic going down the Manaway. Is there any opportunity to have another entry or exit off onto the A130?
The Manaway is the primary and only road that links to this site, which is at the end of the peninsula, at the end of a cul-de-sac, if you like. There are planning conditions in there to encourage other forms of transport use. The applicant's transport assessment is seeking to totally rely on the use of the highway for all forms of traffic, but there is conditions in there to encourage use of the existing rail sidings, but that's obviously subject to network rail and slots within the rail infrastructure to allow that to happen. There are a number of jetties as well within the red line application site, which again could be used potentially in the future. The package of sustainable transport options is very much a big thing with this application in terms of what's called the modal split. That anticipates that 70% of journeys to the site would be by private vehicle, but 30% to the site could be used by other sustainable transport means. So that could include the bus provision, that could include people cycling to the site, using other travel plan incentives such as car sharing, carpooling. In the 106, we're looking to create a travel plan that will hopefully achieve these sustainable options, so that that route in and out via the road is minimised as much as possible in terms of vehicle movements. But yes, there will be vehicle movements using that road as the primary and only route in and out of the site in terms of the road network as it stands at the moment.
Councillor Pickler?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a quick calculation off the top of my head. Does that mean about 200 to 250 extra HGV movements down the Manaway per hour during the time of the operation, the time the sites operate? I think it says 2,400 roughly, or 2,246 in a 24-hour period, but that obviously the site isn't operated for 24 hours, not according to the time on the.
Is it 12 hours?
I think I'm just looking at the report, just checking where if you're reading from there or not.
I'm reading from page 172.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That part is regarding the construction phase impact, but also combined with the operational phase, so that they are the trips per day in terms of vehicle movements. Obviously, the construction phase will happen, and the operational phase will come aboard as well. But over time, that construction phase will stop, and it will be the operational phase after a period of about 15 years or so. But they are, I don't know what that works out per hour, but they're the trips that's stated.
Yes, so it's about. Well, I can tell you, realistically, it's about another 200, 250 trips per hour. Were they approached to look to see whether they, because they're spending quite a bit of money, or proposing to spend quite a bit of money on road improvements, but were they asked to look at a possible another exit from the site, possibly linking up with the A130 or whatever? Was there any pressure put on them to look for some other means of accessing the site rather than just the manaway?
That comes again down to the range of choices in terms of access to the site and access things in terms of access to rail networks and things like that to try and encourage sustainable transport. In the early days of the application, there was a consideration to a link to Pitsea Station, for instance, in terms of cycling and for workers to get to that site. But there isn't another road link that's been considered in terms of getting to the A130. It's a bit difficult to do that other than crossing the creek and going into Canvey Island. And again, I suspect the cost of that is prohibitive to this development. There's obviously a big range of packages that are put forward in terms of sustainability options, and that's what's key to this application.
Yeah, I understand that, and I know you keep stressing the amount of people that might be cycling there and whatever. But to be honest with you, I wouldn't mind 5,000 cyclists going down the road. What I don't like is 300 HGV lorries going down the road. So I think if we can stop stressing the fact that 30% of it is green and look at, in actual fact, what the impact's going to be on the local residents. And also, and I don't know, but I know we've got someone here from DP World that's going to speak later, but if I'm not wrong, at the moment, DP World is only something like about 60% developed, if that, I'm not sure. But obviously, you've got whilst you may look at the HGV that are using the road at the moment, that's going to increase exponentially once DP World also becomes fully developed. And they have all that going down a 2-lane in each direction road to the site. To me, I love the plan. Great. What's there is really good. The only thing is, it's going to be like trying to get a ship into a bowl. You've got to be a really expert and get it right. Otherwise, you're going to break everything. And you're going to break that part of the borough if the only access you've got. I'm sorry, I'm getting on the debate now. I've asked the questions. I'll leave that for later on. But you've answered my question. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from members? Councillor Arnold?
Yeah, I think the Manaway is going to be a continuing theme through this evening. I am aghast actually to imagine how, you know, with the vehicle movement that's going to be going down there, how it's going to be able to cope, at least in its current form. Are there any plans to actually, and it is actually single lane going down towards the end, isn't it? And it clearly will not be able to cope. Is there any plans to dual this up or even treble it up? Because I do believe that's where we're going with this. I mean, I have got a number of questions regarding the local area, road junctions, etc. And I know I've been through this report, and I think it doesn't actually comment on many of the key junctions that are going to be affected quite badly, and the impact on the local residents is going to be huge, I think. So can you just clarify how the Manaway is actually going to be upgraded for this scheme?
The Manaway, that section that's single carriageway, yes, that's towards the eastern end of that part of the road. That would remain as it is, and the dual carriageway would remain as it is as well. As I say, we'll come back to sustainability options, but the cycle route would be upgraded in this area. The road isn't proposed to be upgraded through this planning application.
I know we'll continue on, but the thought of people cycling to work down there, I think, is quite humorous. Actually, I don't think it's going to happen. It's a very long piece of road, several kilometres, isn't it? And I just don't think. I think we're only really needing to look at the actual road infrastructure to actually make this scheme properly viable. I think the trick is to get lorries in and out of that site as quickly and as efficiently as possible. I think the current road layout doesn't lend itself to that in any way, shape or form.
Are there any other questions from any members? Could I just ask, I know this is outlined and we always say the devil is in the detail, but I think members have echoed everybody's concern. It is all that. I live in Purfleet-on-Thames, and obviously London Road is, for all that industry down there, you're always going to have this problem where you've got residential, you want local employment, you want the jobs to go with the housing, but the infrastructure must be there, as we spoke earlier. But on the site itself, we've mentioned several times maximum sustainable transport, various transport methods, whether it be cycle paths, whether it... with the move to electric vehicles and things, is that in the thinking in here? Will there be charging stations and that type of thing being provided?
Yes, there would. There's, I'll talk about cycling. There is, one of the offers is for electric bikes, so there'll be docking stations and on the site, as well as one in Stanford Hope, or around Stanford Hope station as well. But the car parking requirements, in terms of the conditions, will require electronic charging points for vehicles that do visit this site, and that's for all vehicles, so it's not just cars. As technology moves on, inevitably, as well, with the reserve matters that come in, perhaps over a 10 to 15 year period, we're probably going to see more and more of that in terms of the electric vehicle points, because that's how the technology is going.
Sorry, Councillor Chinnock and then Councillor Arnold.
Just one question. This is right on the edge of the River Thames. For me, why aren't we using the Thames to bring things in and out, there? That's one of the questions.
No, sure, that's a good point. And there are, as I say, there are jetties within the red line of the application site, and there are planning conditions to encourage that. The applicant's position at the present isn't that this, because it's going to depend more on end users and end users' needs and things like that. Because this is an outline application, they don't quite know that at present. The jetties are in the red line, and as I say, there are conditions to encourage those to be used in the future, as well as the rail. So it's a potential that could be used in the future. But at the moment, the application is more focused on the road network in terms of its actual delivery. But the potential's there, and it can be there and can be brought forward in the future.
Councillor Arnold.
Is there any detail on, because that particular area, there's an awful lot of vehicle movement from people that live in Corringham, Stanford, and they actually use the Manaway heavily themselves as residents, particularly at the Givers Cross Junction. They will cross over I know there's issues there now with when there's lots of vehicles, heavy goods going down there. There's issues with actually not being able to pass through. Obviously, with the increase in usage of that road, does the report show anything where these junctions are going to be enhanced, improved, or changed, so that local residents can actually get from Stamford to Corringham, and obviously likewise in reverse? And there's another junction further down that feeds into Lampett's Hill, down right at the very end, which actually feeds into the church, which is actually a route directly off of the Manaway. Now, I would also like to see that there is going to be strict traffic management at that junction, because there is going to be I predict there would be a lot of vehicles peeling off of the Manaway to head straight into Old Corringham Village. And obviously there's some significant listed buildings down there. And it's a heavily residential area with local shopping and whatever. Now, in my opinion, that junction needs to be sealed off, and it would be one measure to actually protect that neighbourhood. So, are there any plans in place to enhance the Gifford Cross junction where local residents go backwards and forwards in between the two towns, so it doesn't favour the HGVs travelling along the road? It needs to favour the residents. And are there going to be sufficient restrictions to actually stop the vehicles again peeling off at that point to go into Corringham town, which again is just a residential town, but with the amount of vehicle movement, and it's not just going to be HGVs, it is going to be workers' cars, visiting trades, everything. They're all going to be coming through those two small roads. And actually, and going back the other way, back into Stamford as well, if they're coming from the Enterprise Park, they're quite likely to peel off to go into Stamford town again, just a small village. Where is the detail on these junctions?
In terms of vehicle management and enforcement measures, the table in terms of the recommendation includes measures and a financial contribution to the council in terms of HGV management and enforcement. It's not, and also car van and management and enforcement, again, to prevent rat running through Fobbing and Corringham, and the same again through Stanford La Hope for vehicles and things like that. So that is something that would be provided as a financial contribution that the council's highways team will then use to identify what's needed to be done in terms of that sort of strategy, rather than pin it down to one junction. The 3 junctions I showed in terms of the presentation are the ones where the works are proposed. There isn't anything proposed in terms of Gifford's Cross Junction through this planning application, but it's got those vehicle management enforcement measures in the 106, as well as various planning conditions. For instance, there's one on HGV and LGV routing strategy, so that those vehicles visiting the application site only go in via the Manaway and out through the A13, so they don't get involved in going through those areas.
Just one other thing, just before I lay off for a short while. The active travel corridors. I've read through those, and there's one in particular that I've actually picked up on. One Tree Hill, the roundabout through to Woodbrook Way and Lampett's Hill. You're looking at actually putting a width restriction on the railway bridge. It's the way I read it anyway. Now I find that strange, because as soon as we get a little bit of roadworks in the area, that generally sort of backs up quite heavily there as well. So with the introduction of the cycle and footpath widening, and as I read that, you will then be making the railway bridge a traffic lit crossing, and we're already looking at increasing traffic anyway. How is that going to improve the area? I can only see that as being quite a hardship actually for local residents. So is that part of the scheme as well, where you are actually going to be narrowing that road bridge?
Again, it falls down to Section 106 contributions to be paid to the council. That is, in terms of the proposed works that's identified at the moment, that does include that narrowing, and that has been subject to consultation with our highway officers. Maybe they might want to come in at this point to talk about that.
Thank you, Chair. I think with the active travel corridor proposals, the applicant has provided an indicative example of what the schemes would likely be. They are subject to detailed design and assessment. That is going to be undertaken by Thurrock Council itself because it is a contributed amount. It's something that, as the Harbours Authority, we would take forward, and there would be a package of consultation with nearby residents and assessment through modelling.
Councillor Piccolo.
Yeah, I just thought of something. I don't know why I didn't think of it earlier. But obviously because the Lower Thames crossing hasn't been decided yet, I take it that none of the lorry movements that are going to now, if it goes ahead, are going to have to come up to the Manaway roundabout to turn around and get back to where they want to go. Has any of that traffic been taken into consideration? Because obviously that's going to increase the HGV movements even more.
Thank you, Chair. I think with Lower Thames Crossing, the Council has been actively involved in that engagement process with National Highways. This application before you effectively comes in before that, so this application doesn't need to reference Lower Thames Crossing. We have requested that Lower Thames Crossing team reflect any decision or any application that's coming forward as part of their modelling exercise when they determine their road layout and their modelling exercises as part of their development proposals, and we've been fully engaged with them on that.
Yeah, thanks for that. But we know, as much as we may not want it to go ahead, I'm sure the Lower Thames Crossing is probably going to go ahead, no matter how much we fight under some guise or another. On the recent consultation and exhibitions they've been doing, they still show that HGVs, under certain circumstances, are going to come up the Alsicott roundabout to go round and get back the other way. Now, only an idiot, in my view, doesn't take what is 99% certain to go ahead into consideration. What's that mean? You know, it's no good just sort of closing your eyes to, oh, it's not going to happen. It might not happen, you know. It is going to happen, much as we may not want it to happen. And we'll fight it, I'm sure we will, as much as we can. At some stage or other, it's likely to go ahead. And I think we need to take that into consideration as well, is the amount of traffic that's going to be using that part of the road, along with the traffic coming on to this site. It may only be over, it may build up over 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 years, but we shouldn't be looking at what's going to happen next year or the year after. That estate's going to be there for 50, 60 years. So you need to look at what it's going to be like in the future. And it's no good taking a short-term view that, oh, well, for the next 5 years it's going to be all right. It's not. And yes, we will be getting electric cars. We probably will be getting electric lorries as well. Sorry, I'm going into debate again. Let's come off of that.
Thank you, Chair. I think just to come back on that point, Councillor is right that every development that comes forward needs to look at every single committed development that comes forwards. At this moment in time, this application cannot use any of the Lower Thames Crossing figures because that's not a committed development. But what we've asked Lower Thames Crossing team to look at is to factor in the data from this application in their models for the future, not necessarily looking at now, but looking at when Lower Thames Crossing opens and a number of years after that as well. So I think you should feel contented that the impact on that Manaway junction as part of Lower Thames Crossing is being looked at and scrutinised by Thurrock Council.
Thank you. If our councillors have had their questions, we'll move to speakers, if that's okay. So we have 2 speakers on this application. First speaker is Francis Tyrrell from London Gateway, speaking in objection.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Francis Tyrrell. I'm a partner at Pinson Masons. We're a law firm acting for DP World London Gateway in respect of London Gateway Port and London Gateway Logistics Park. London Gateway Port and Park were both consented by orders some time ago. They put in place comprehensive packages of highways upgrades for their schemes, which mitigated both the effect as they're currently built and the full build-out of those schemes. DP World London Gateway do not object in principle to this application. However, they do object to some of the highways impacts that TEP will have on the local and strategic road network. In particular, there are 3 points that we were going to raise. I think the second point, which related to Condition 5 and mezzanine flooring, has already been dealt with by the changes we've just seen, so I won't go into that point but can return to it. The principal point we wanted to raise was in relation to the Sorrels roundabout and the A13, A1014 improvements. We have just heard and seen in the presentation the importance of those improvements. In the report, paragraph 1.532 references that those improvements will be secured through a Section 278 agreement. That is not correct in the sense that the Section 278 agreement does not ensure anything. A Section 278 agreement is a method by which highways upgrades can be delivered. What is crucial is that the Section 106 agreement contains an express obligation which requires those improvements to be in place and to be in place before the impacts occur. And so it is DP World London Gateway's view that there should be an express obligation in the Section 106 that states that those upgrades, the Sorrels roundabout and the A13, A1014 improvements, should be in place before 46% of TEP is an occupation. Now, we've derived 46% from looking at the transport assessment that goes with the application, and that is the figure which is understood to be the point at which the impacts on the roads become unacceptable. This Section 106 has been shared with the applicant. We haven't heard that they object to that notion of 46%, but I think we'll hear from them shortly. But it's our strong view that that Section 106 obligation must be secured. We can't just rely on a Section 278 agreement. The second point I just wanted to raise was in relation to Condition D8. So this is looking really not so much about mitigating the effects of HGV movements, but preventing them from happening in the first place. So currently, Condition D8 specifies that you would have a certain effect happening once 550 HGV movements occur. It's our view that that condition as currently drafted is not reasonable, enforceable or precise within the requirements of the National Planning Policy Framework. We don't think it's reasonable in the sense there's no indications why 550 HGVs have been selected. We can't find that figure anywhere in the transport assessment, so not sure where that's come from. We don't think it's precise in that it doesn't really specify how much of an exceedance of 550 is a breach. Is it any breach? Is it over a week? Is it over 2 weeks? How much? But also, it would be very difficult to understand and how implement this condition in the sense that it relates to 550 HGV movements from certain plots. Now, it's very difficult to work out which plots within a site an HGV is coming from, and there's no mechanism put in place to do that sort of analysis. So how we would measure that, I do not know. And then lastly, it's not enforceable. We submit on the basis that nothing is specified as to what happens with it if there is a breach. So if we do exceed the 550 from the specific plots, what happens? At the moment, nothing is specified. It would purely be a breach of a planning condition, and that's a fairly blunt instrument to deal with. So it is our view that instead of condition D8 as currently drafted, an alternative condition should be put in place, which is much simpler, which simply states that transient storage of shipping containers used in transit is not permitted on areas of the application site identified for open storage on the land use parameter plan, namely plots A and S, as shown on development plots parameter plan. I think that was the beige area that we saw in the presentation earlier. That condition, I think, is agreed by the applicant and should hopefully be included in place of condition D8. That would then, instead of trying to mitigate an effect which, as it arises, would look to prevent the effect occurring in the first place by reducing the number of HGV movements, because it is open storage of the transient storage of shipping containers on an open site, which has the potential to generate most HGV movements. Chair, thank you. That is all we wanted to raise.
Thank you very much.
Dr. President, sorry. Got two on.
That's lovely. Thank you very much for that.
We'll now take our second speaker, Rupert Wood from Thames Enterprise Park. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the committee. I'm Rupert Wood. I'm representing the JV, promoting the application. Thames Enterprise Park is a true regeneration project, a once-in-a-generation opportunity to repurpose a fossil fuel oil refinery into a £1.2 billion modern sustainable commercial district that will bring investment and a range of jobs. As you'll be aware, Thames Enterprise Park is one of Thurrock's growth hubs, and is identified as crucial to the economy of the borough that forms part of your backing Thurrock economic growth strategy. The development will transform 412 acres of brownfield land into a strategic employment and infrastructure asset, creating 5,500 new jobs, and will generate approximately £350 million per year to the local economy. It draws on its energy-related heritage, strategic location and trading connectivity to be a forward-looking place of business, driving sustainability, innovation and contributing to the ever-important decarbonisation agenda. We'll also provide a diversity of career opportunities in construction, specialised industries, including advanced manufacturing, logistics, energy technology-related sectors wanting to locate within the Thames Freeport and the UK's largest logistics cluster on the Thames estuary. This is underpinned by a local employment and skills plan, working with the council to promote education and training opportunities, apprenticeships, using local labour sources during construction and when fully built out. The application is supported by a robust transport assessment and traffic modelling. Both Thurrock Highways, national highways, confirm there is no highways objection subject to securing and delivering the proposed mitigation for improvements for Sorrells Roundabout, Manaway Interchange and Junction 30 of the M25. Along with local traffic management measures in Corringham, Fobbing and Stamford-le Hope, and enhancing connectivity by all transport modes throughout the local area. Thames Enterprise Park's size and scale means it will play a critical role in the success of Thurrock as one of the most significant employment-led regeneration projects in the southeast of England. It will also deliver across a wide range of local and government policy objectives economically, socially and environmentally. Finally, we note London Gateway's submission and welcome their no objection in principle to the application. We would like to confirm our agreement to their proposals to address their three concerns. In conclusion, we commend the application and the recommendation to approve it to the committee, and we look forward to working with you and your officers to deliver £1.2 billion worth of new investment into the borough. Thank you, Chair.
Councillors, have you got any questions arising from the speakers? I'd just like to ask Highways, the comments made about the Section 278 and the express obligation, is that something that we could come on, please?
Thank you, Chair. I think there is in the heads of terms an obligation 106. I think I will have to revert to Chris because I'm not too sure whether or not it was included as a condition rather than as an obligation. But the negotiations we've been having over the last few months has been about how we secure that mitigation at the right time. I think I just want to refer to, I think we've identified that it would be best placed to come in at 50%. Obviously, London Gateway's got 46%. It's up to the committee to decide whether or not they would like to make that amendment through the decision process.
Chris, could you?
Yeah, sure. I'll just come in. It's the applicant's draft heads of terms identifies 50%, and obviously we were aware that London Gateway's 46%, and the applicant themselves has said they're willing to accept that. I think that's something that, if Highways are happy with 46% or 50%, I don't think it's a big issue from our point of view in terms of this application.
I don't know how other members feel, but I think we'd like to see it earlier than later. I think the 46% would be most welcome, and appreciate Enterprises Park's willingness to work with their neighbour effectively. who'd like to debate the application before us? Any comments? Councillor Watson.
No, thank you, Chair. This scheme actually ticks all the boxes, especially around the economic development of it and the amount of jobs that this will actually entail. I still have, though I'm hoping we can sort that out between the two neighbours, the reservations around the network surrounding it, especially down the Manor. That is a concern. To have another exit, if we could, off the A130 would be great, but I know maybe that's not the case. And off of the M25 junction 30, it's already a nightmare now, so with the improvements, hopefully it will help that a hell of a lot more. There is, as my colleague, both sides have said, both the councillors, the HGV movement going through is a bit of concern, especially for the residents around that area. So I'm hoping some mitigation can be put in place with that. But for the scheme in itself, I'm in favour of this to go on. If we can just sort out the Bannerway a little bit. And also ensure that the Section 106 agreement is to prevent it occupy more than 46% comes in quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor Arnold.
Yeah, I mean, just to sort of sum up my thoughts, obviously this application is going to provide a massive boost to Thurrock and probably the nation as a whole. It can only be applauded, really, for getting this far and taking 4 years to come to planning. It is a fantastic opportunity. Obviously, the detail within the site is there for the experts to arrange and organise and to plan out, and I think it goes way beyond our sort of level of knowledge to comment too far on. My only concerns are to the local area, the impact on the local area, and I would desperately like to see that this obviously will be looked at and continued on in the future. We cannot have this wonderful opportunity for Thurrock actually blight the area for the local residents. We must work hard to make sure that the vehicle movement doesn't impact badly on the area. The local residents do not deserve it. They must be able to move around freely as they do now, enjoy the area where they live now, and not have this site actually sort of hinder their lives. Getting the vehicles, HGV vehicles, in and out of that site is an imperative thing. And I will say, I think the Manaway as it stands at the minute is not up to the job, and it will need to be looked at. But apart from that, the application is fantastic.
Councillor Piccolo.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I hear all this about. There's going to be a couple of cameras on site to check certain areas so that you can monitor which HGVs might not be using the right route or going where. Just as an aside, there's a small industrial site down the bottom of Wolf Road that we put a camera in to be able to monitor whether the HGVs were going down there out of hours. Yeah, the camera is in within about 150, 200 yards of the private road that goes onto the estate. But evidently, as far as the law's concerned, it can't identify whether the vehicle is actually going to one of the factories down there. It just knows it's going down the road. So CTVs are fine, but it appears that they can be very hard to enforce. So I'm very concerned about the effectiveness of those. I'm happy to see that they're talking about putting cameras and whatever on a lot of the local roads to catch up anybody that's doing rat runs, or lorries that are doing rat runs down the local roads. But again, when do they come in? How effective are they going to be? If there's a major problem on the A13, should we be looking that they have that there be a condition that should there be a problem on the major road network, they have to hold the lorries on site until the problem is cleared? Because if there's a problem on the A13, as quite often there is, it can be backed up from the M25 to Grays reasonably frequently. It's pointless sending lorries out, knowing they're only going to queue on that. So there should be some sort of condition, if it's possible, I don't know, where if it does go ahead, there's something there that says if this is a situation with the local road network, you have to hold the lorries on site. It's big enough by the looks of it and sounds of it for them to hold the vehicles on site, because there's not going to be that many lorries that are going to cause the local residents a problem, so I'm sure that won't be a problem if they hold them there for 2 or 3 hours. I'm very much same as some of the other members of the committee. Yeah, it's really interesting and a great opportunity, but it's like someone being offered, I don't know, perhaps a silly example, but it's like someone being offered a fantastic facelift. They're going to look like, whoever they want to look, but what's going to happen actually, we're going to chop your legs off so you can have a nice face. And that's what I feel this application is like. It's a fantastic opportunity, but it's got such a big drawback attached to it that needs to be overcome to make it the fantastic opportunity and not just a problem for local residents.
Thank you, Councillor Piccolo. Councillor Shinnock? I think this is a great opportunity for Thurrock. I mean, 5,500 jobs can't be looked away, I just think we need to get the 106 in position. That's my main concern, because quite often we get things come along that there's wild animals and so forth, and they have to spend the money removing them, and the 106 don't come. So as long as we tie up the 106, I'm in agreement with it. Yeah. Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask one other thing? Can we utilise the river? That would be a really good thing to do. And if we can have a look at that, that would be really good, because it will save some of the traffic going down the Manaway, and we're all extremely concerned about the Manaway, as I think every single officer here knows. So if we can try and use other ways to do it, like use the river, do the A130, I don't think you can widen the Manaway, sort out the junctions, get the Section 106 money sorted out tomorrow would be good. And other than that, that's all for me.
Go to Councillor Arnold, then Councillor Piccolo.
So it's more of a question. I'm a bit late with it, really. I think I did notice in the report that the jetties are not actually going to be used during the construction phase. Is there a reason for that? And that's page 243. It seems to be an ideal way to actually reduce vehicle movement if the jetties could be used.
Thank you, Chair. On page 271 is the Construction Environmental Management Plan, which deals with the construction phase. I believe in there's a lot of items identified. It's a case of looking at all opportunities. In fact, there it is. Point G, identification of a strategy to promote and maximise the use of river and rail during the construction phase of the development. The condition you mentioned is about safeguarding and maintaining jetties for the operational phase, whereas condition 01 here, with the Construction Environmental Management Plan, that point G I just mentioned, is to do with the construction phase. So that is something that we'll be looking to achieve through the planning conditions.
Councillor Piccolo.
Yeah, just finally, from my point of view, yeah, I am extremely disappointed that more use isn't being made of the river. You've got DP World that are very successfully using the river. Tory Port was just expanded and is successfully using the river, and yet this applicant has come forward and doesn't intend to use the river one iota. Maybe a bit on construction, but it's not looked at the feasibility of getting some of these lorry movements that are going to definitely have an impact on the A13 and the Manaway and local residents using the river. And I think that's an opportunity that's been missed. And I think they should go away and look more at whether or not how they can come back and perhaps move some of these vehicles that are going to be used in the local road network onto a river-based system. Even if they have a pickup, it may be that not all the I don't know him. I'll leave it there. I'm thinking on the hoof at the moment.
Thank you. Any other comments from any more councillors? So, from my point of view, I think we're all echoing the same comments. We welcome the application. We think it's bringing great potential to the borough, and we appreciate all the work that everybody from Thurrock Council and its partners has put into getting it to this stage. We've still got some concerns, and road network seems to be at the fore. We've mentioned the river. We've just seen the increased usage of the Thames Clipper going the other way with the new jetties at Barkingside. I think the more that people get used to using the river again, we will see that the commercial side of that will drive it. We've had this situation in Purfleet on Thames for many years where we've said, because we've literally got one arterial road through the whole of Purfleet, saying about using the river. Sometimes it's just not practical because of the way the Thames is, about the depth of the river at low tide and things like that. And I haven't got the knowledge to know whether these jetties would allow the sort of building materials and that to come in by jetty. I know that some waste is taken down to Pitsea and that, but so that's something I haven't got knowledge on, but I'm glad that we're having the debate and that we're putting it in the thinking. This obviously won't happen in a 12-month period. It will be over a phased development, and as sort of transport systems and the green agenda grows, I'm sure there will be more commercial opportunities to perhaps to exploit and explore those things that have been discussed now. But in principle, I think this application is very welcome. As we know, I've got two recommendations to move on, and if there's no further questions or debate, I'd like to move on the first recommendation, which is on page 221 of the agenda, and it's recommendation A, to determine. So recommendation A, I move to approve. Is that seconded? Seconded by Councillor Arnold. All those in agreement, raise your hands, please. Those against? Thank you, Councillor Piccolo. Is that carried? So now moving to recommendation B. I also move for approval. Seconded by Councillor Watson. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Thank you. Again carried. Thank you everybody for attending. Those that are finished with this application are welcome to leave the committee. Thank you. And can we invite the chair back, please? I think we'll take this opportunity, if anybody needs a comfort break while we're waiting for the chair to return, we'll take 5 minutes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. After that short break, we'll now continue. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more items on the agenda here this evening, so we are making good progress. Let's get started. So, agenda item 11, Highfields, Lower Dunton Road, found on pages 279. Ian, would you be so kind as to present your report? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This application relates to the property of Highfields, which is the west of Lower Dunton Road, as you can see there, which sits within a string of 8 dwellings, most of which are single-storey or chalets with accommodation in the roof, and all of the dwellings are set quite well back from the road with landscaping and boundary treatments to the front. Again, that's in more details. Neighbouring property of Laguna to the north and Cambria to the south, opposite the junction with Old Church Hill. This is the existing dwelling, which the application seeks permission to replace. The existing dwelling has a footprint of 103 square metres and a floor space of 137 square metres. It's mostly single-storey. As you can see at the bottom right-hand side, at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, there's a small area of first-floor accommodation with a dormer window on the rear elevation. The garage that is attached adds an extra 34 square metres to the floor space and footprint figures I've given you, and the height of the dwelling is 4.7 metres. Thank you, Carl. As I said, permission is sought to replace the dwelling with a much larger 2-storey dwelling, again with rooms in the roof to the front, but a large 2-storey crown-roofed rear projection, which is shown on the bottom left drawing, and a 2-storey gable to the front, which is a full 2-storey, unlike other properties in the area which I've described. The proposed footprint of the dwelling would be 214 square metres. The floor space would be 417 square metres, and the applicant's agent provided volume calculations saying that the dwelling would increase from 448 cubic metres to 967 cubic metres. It would be a 4-bedroom dwelling. That's the proposed ground floor. It's orientated 90 degrees from the other floor plans that we've seen. Lounge, cinema room, kitchen, diner, utility, sitting area at ground floor. And then, as I said, 4 bedrooms at first floor. Thank you, Kenna. These, to my mind, particularly shows the increase in the size of the dwelling. As you can see at the top on the right-hand side is a large crown roof, bulky 2-storey rear projection, and a 2-storey gable projection to the front. I've already given you the dimensions, I won't repeat. This is the site plan. The hatched area that you can see is the existing dwelling and the proposed dwelling approximately in the same position, but obviously of much larger scale. You'll notice to the just to the left and down a bit from the existing dwelling is a detached garage, southwest of the dwelling, I should say. Other outbuildings are located to the rear, including what appears to be a former stable buildings. There's a caravan to the front, as you can see at the right-hand side of that picture. These are the remainder of photos of the dwellings at the site and in the surrounding area. That's the existing dwelling. Again, existing dwelling and the attached garage on the right-hand side. Thank you, Kenna. That's the rear of the dwelling and the extensive grounds that go on beyond the dwelling. These photos show the relationship with the neighbouring property of Laguna to the north and Cambria to the south. These are other dwellings within the area. As I've said, the majority is set well back from the road, appear as single-storey dwellings, albeit some have accommodation in the roofscape, but the majority all appear as single-storey dwellings. Thank you. So, National Planning Policy and the Development Plan both set out that erecting new dwellings in the green or new buildings in the green belt is inappropriate unless it accords with any of the defined exceptions. One of the exceptions is where the dwelling is or where a replacement building is in the same use and not materially larger than the building it would replace. As I've said from all the floor space figures, volume figures earlier, the dwelling would be approximately double the size of the existing dwelling. From a policy perspective, we should be basing our decision on the original dwelling rather than the existing. We haven't got a definitive figure for the original dwelling. It appears on some of our mapping to be about 90 square metres. Even if we gave the benefit of the doubt to the applicant and use the existing dwelling, it's clear that the proposed dwelling would be significantly larger, almost double the size of the dwelling that's at the site. The proposal is therefore inappropriate development in the greenbelt and reduces the openness of the greenbelt as a result of the sheer size of the dwelling compared to the dwelling it would replace. Substantial weight should be given to all harm that is caused in those respects. The NPPF makes that clear, and accordingly, development shouldn't be approved unless the harm is outweighed by other material considerations, such that they represent very special circumstances which are necessary to justify an appropriate development in the greenbelt. The applicant has put forward, as you've probably read in the report, 4 areas of other considerations. These include the substandard condition of the existing dwelling, the poor living accommodation, the improvement of the accommodation for the family who want to live in the area, and that they consider the design to be acceptable. Officers don't consider that they represent the very special circumstances one can consider alone or cumulatively to justify. We've given no weight to them because they're not special in any respect that the majority of dwellings would be applicable for. So for that reason, we're recommending the refusal of the application on greenbelt grounds. We're also recommending refusal for a second reason, which is that the dwelling, by virtue of the size, scale, design and bulk of it, would detract from the character appearance of the area. It would be significantly at odds with the surrounding dwellings for all the reasons that are set out, particularly the 2-storey bulky gable at the rear and the 2-storey front gable, which is unlike all of the other dwellings within the street. Therefore, it is recommended the application is refused. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ian, for that presentation. Okay, so with that, we'll now open up to questions. Do we have any questions for Ian on this particular item? Right, so I've got 2 hands raised. I'll go to Councillor Shinnick first, then Councillor Watson.
You showed us the plan of other properties in that area, and they looked rather large to what that existing one is. So why was this one be so out of keeping to the others?
Through you, Chair, the other dwellings, as I showed in the pictures, will all appear as single-storey dwellings. They've got their eaves at a relatively low height, and their roof height or the ridge height is akin to a single-storey building, with the accommodation provided in the roof. This dwelling is increasing from a height of 4.7 metres to a height of 6.3 metres. In terms of the greenbelt considerations, the starting point should be the dwelling or the building on this site, not other dwellings in the area. It all relates to the existing building. In terms of the second reason for refusal, the dwelling, particularly the 2-storey front gable, the fact that it's a full 2 storeys in height, with the eaves well above the eaves of the rest of the dwelling, causes it to appear as a much more of a bulky, taller, more substantial dwelling. The same is also true for the 2-storey crown-roofed rear projection, which is particularly bulky and has very high eaves, equivalent to almost a 2-storey dwelling. None of those other dwellings within that string of 8 have anything like that amount of bulk or effect, in our opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Watson and Councillor Arnold.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask you, we've got the measurements for the proposed dwelling would measure. What is the actual dwelling now?
So, footprint at the moment, including the attached garage, is 137 square metres. The floor space would be 171 square metres. The proposed footprint would be 214 square metres, and the floor space would be 417 square metres. So the volume goes up from 448 to 967 cubic metres.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Arnold, then Councillor Polly.
Yeah, sorry, I remember picking it up from the images we saw. Is this proposed new building actually on an elevated site? Is the driveway sort of sloped up? Is it so? The imposing nature of the building would actually be highlighted even more because it's on a raised plot? Is that the case?
Through you, Chair, that is true, and it's true for all of the dwellings on that street. They're all raised from the road by probably a couple of metres.
Okay, and the other thing is as well, again, I might have overlooked it, the footprint, the original footprint, are they like for like? You know, is it set further back, further forward?
Through you, Chair, it's in a comparable position. It's just significantly larger. So,
you know, no, it's actual placement on the ground.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Arnold. We'll move on to Councillor Polly.
Thank you very much, Chair. On the site description, and we saw it in the photographs, we also have the reference to the sort of static caravan that is being used as additional accommodation. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, yeah, that is correct. It's been there for approximately a year.
I don't wish to be unkind to the applicants, but it does look a bit of an eyesore with that. If we're going to encroach on the green belt, I think that caravan and affecting the openness of the green belt, I think that caravan and the site as it stands at the moment is a little bit. Sorry, I should be on question. So when Councillor Watson asked about the footprint at the moment, that's based on the dwelling, isn't it? So the living accommodation that's being used in the static van is not included in that. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, as I said, the fundamental starting point should be the original dwelling. The original building on the site, as at 1948. So anything that's come along since 1948 should be irrelevant. But the caravan has certainly come along since then. We would suggest that the dwelling has probably already been extended at some points in the past. But as I've said, with the figures I've quoted, are giving the applicant the benefit of the doubt and using the existing dwelling as a starting point, which, if anything, is generous. And the proposed dwelling would still be double the size of that, so it's quite arguably indisputable that it is materially significantly larger than the existing dwelling.
Thank you. And as where the site is situated, and just help me understand, please, if you don't mind. Permitted development. What would the applicant be able to develop without coming to committee, please?
There'd be various assessments that we'd have to make in relation to what is permitted development and what isn't. We haven't had a certificate of law from us submitted to demonstrate that they've got any intention of utilising permitted development rights. There'd be no reason to assume on that basis that permitted development rights are going to be used or would be used, and so it wouldn't realistically provide a fallback position that we should afford any weight to. In theory, they could erect a 4-metre extension on the original rear wall and a side extension of half the width of the original dwelling. They could potentially add 50 cubic metres to the roof of the original dwelling, but I'd suggest all of that would fall well short of what is being proposed as part of this application.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, then, no further questions. Just one comment there, Ian. When one of the letters of objection, it says there that other developments in the locality have exceeded what was granted planning permission and should not be basis for support of this proposal. Are you aware of any sort of homes in the locality that have extended recently, or maybe someone suggested extended without permission? Any enforcement cases, etc.? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. No, we're not. With all due respect to the comment that was made, it seemed to be a fairly almost a passing comment that other dwellings have over the years. I don't think it's necessarily a recent thing. There wasn't a specific example brought to our attention.
Okay, thank you. And one other question. I don't think you do, but obviously you gave us some good photos there. Any sort of street view of what it's like, or just what you've got on there for us?
Generally, Chair, it was hard because all the dwellings are quite spaced out, and so it wasn't possible really to get them in a single
shot, and that was the best way to do it.
Yeah, thank you. I was just wondering what it's sort of like up and down the street. Sort of, it's always interested with these high elevated streets. But okay, right. So that's it for questions for now. I will invite. I've got two statements here this evening. I'll invite a statement from Councillor Barry Johnson as a ward member. Councillor Johnson, when you're ready, if you could please take a seat. And you've got 3 minutes, and we will be strict tonight. 3 minutes in which to present your case.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee. The report suggests that the application is inappropriate use of the greenbelt and is harmful to the openness within the street scene, which is described as a group of 8 chalet-style buildings. You saw the pictures of them there. Some of them cover much more foot space than this application does. However, I think any member of this committee who is familiar with the Lower Dunton Road, and if you're not familiar, I would respectfully suggest that a site meeting might be appropriate, will concede that the road is a mishmash of large and small industrial units, farms and their outbuildings, plus some very, very large residential dwellings. So to present the street scene as 8 properties is a little disingenuous and somewhat dilutes the report's suggestion of an incongruous appearance. I've always found the argument of harmful to the openness of the greenbelt a little confusing, as if one was to stand to the rear of the existing building, looking towards the Lower Dunton Road, your open view would be exactly the same with the proposed application as it is today. Indeed, if you were to stand in the Lower Dunton Road and look towards the field beyond the property, I wouldn't recommend it, you would be seeing exactly the same proposal in the development. In fact, the report agrees itself that the views of the extra height of the proposed buildings, the proposed open view of the green belt is not going to be changed because it says it's only a fleeting view from the Lower Dunton Road. The report mentions one recent local development, our Balgony Farm, being of similar style. So this proposal is not unique, yet it fails to mention the development of the Shires Estate, also on the Lower Dunton Road, which consists of 80 much larger style properties and a hospice, once again proving the size of property is not unique in this road. The report is clear that the application is not contrary to any of the 5 purposes of paragraph 138 of the MPPF, and quite clearly states at 6.14 that the decision is the committee's to undertake. The applicants have given much weight to providing a forever home for their family, and as such believe that to do so, they would need to provide an energy-efficient property, and to only offer minimal weight into this in the officer's report, I believe is to fly in the face of everything we are trying to achieve within our environment. And to suggest in 6.18 and 6.19 that by the applicant suggesting many rural homes in Thurrock suffer with improper insulation via good windows and doors contradicts their point of uniqueness is incorrect. It is suggested by reason of scale, mass, height and footprint that the application represents inappropriate development in the greenbelt and will result in an unsympathetic dwelling which poorly interacts with the character of the street scene. Members, this is clearly not the case, as the so-called street scene is far different to that described in this report. Precedent has been set, and none more obvious than in the Lower Dunton Road, where many new dwellings of much larger scale have been approved. Okay, so to conclude, I believe that far more weight should be given to the lack of energy efficiency in the current building as a special circumstance, and this committee should take into consideration the real street scene. This young family wants to establish a good-sized, energy-efficient forever home, which I believe is being wrongfully denied. This is a man that runs a business. He's an employer. The wife holds a significant position in the NHS. So they're currently residents we would prefer to keep here in Thurrock and not lose.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. All right then, so that then takes us on to our second speaker statement on this particular item, which is Kelly Chapman from Spaces Architecture, and I understand she's the agent. Is she joining us? Just submitted, yeah? Okay. All right then, thank you. Okay then, right, so based on, obviously we had the statement in from the local councillor, we do have a statement in front of us from Kelly Chapman. I'll briefly read through that as we go on, picking up notes. Are there any further questions based on what we've heard? Councillor Tandy.
The council use Google Maps all the time. I think an easier way would have been, instead of looking at 3 photos or 3 houses, if you put Google Maps picture of that, it would have been just so easier to see how big it would have been.
Through you, Chair, I think our conventional practice is to use photos that we've taken from site visits. We've both been. We took photos, I've been twice, we took photos up and down the street, and they're the ones that we considered showed each individual houses better. The problem we have is if we use Google Earth and move it up and down the street, we could be here quite a long time. But I think the photos that we've provided show quite clearly the dwellings that exist within that group of 8.
Okay, yeah, I think going forward, obviously, we'll take that into consideration. Obviously, we will be in a new environment soon, so it'll be interesting to see if the officers can get access to Google Earth. I know it has happened in the past, so yeah, interesting thoughts there. Okay, so with that, if there's no further questions, we'll head into the debate stage. I'll start very briefly. I think, it's an interesting one. Obviously, that footprint is large. I think obviously the arguments put forward are quite unique. It's interesting. We've got an old derelict property. The bedrooms are quite small. And obviously, if we was to approve this, it would be a vast improvement on the living standards on site. But it is huge on that footprint, and obviously that's a difficult hurdle to get over. That's not to say that we can't. I mean, we do have one site visit for Kipling Avenue this month. I've sort of muted the idea earlier on. For me, it would be interesting just to maybe pop along and take a look, just to see if we can see anything different. So if there is appetite there, I would propose a site visit. But obviously, that is subject to yourselves. So before I go any further, I'll open it up to the floor to see what everyone else thinks. We don't have to jump to a site visit straight away, do a vote. Let's see what people think. If you think it's a no-go, then let us know now.
I mean, I'll wait to see what other members thinking about site visit. I've kind of approached this application with a fairly open mind, actually. I do, the first speaker, Councillor Johnson, I think he mentioned, for those that know the road well, I do know the road very well. It is kind of traditionally a mishmash, I think that's been said before, of older style properties. And maybe are crying out to be lifted, and new properties to be, for those properties to be replaced with greatly enhanced properties to actually match the area and what we're trying to do for the borough with this kind of housing, and I think it's an ideal spot. There is the development further along. I think it is further along, the new housing development with the hospice. I think this is my council days, obviously, but I think that scheme was. Was that scheme linked to the provision of the hospice at the time?
Yeah, that it was obviously in the Greenbelt Executive Homes. It was promoted, but a large part of what was attractive about that was the hospice, which I understand is constructed now. So that was their justification then. And I'll be honest with you, I did vote in favour of that scheme. I did think it was pretty impressive. But
yeah, I mean, I watched that scheme being built actually, and I think it's a lovely little estate actually. It's quite nice to actually drive past and see that. They're very good quality homes, and we need this mix of housing in the borough. I'm not going to say too much more, but I'm kind of sitting on the fence, but I'm not scared about maybe giving the opportunity for a larger, more executive style house to be built to replace something that probably is very, very tired. And also probably the neighbouring properties are in exactly the same place, condition-wise. So I'll just stay tight for the time being.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Chair. So where we were talking, I've actually been on Google Maps to have a look, and it is a bit of a mix and match of it, including, but this is a bit nice for what they're trying to do. I really, the same I'm sitting on the fence, I would rather go and have a look to be honest with you, because I can't really picture exactly what I'm looking at, and I don't really know that area as much as other people here. And I'd like to get a sense of what others have also built in that area, because they seem like, in all the pictures that are coming through, they're quite large houses that are there, and they're all gated up. And then this one is like a chalet that leaves some love, care and attention to it. So I can't really understand, you know, what the difference, why they can't do that, unless I actually go down and have a look.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm sort of there at the moment. I think I'm really not sure which way to go, but if I was going to, I definitely need to see it because of the size of the footprint, which is obviously a very difficult hurdle to get over. I'll go Councillor Polly, then Councillor Piccolo.
Thank you very much, Chair. I mean, during the questions, I'd asked about the permitted development. I do think in its current state, it looks from the pictures that the officers, and I do appreciate the officers spending time going out and taking those photos, because I mean, they could have took photos that made it look better than it did rather than as it is. So they're very honest photos. So thank you for that. It doesn't look great with that static caravan in front of it, and the building does look quite tired and in need of refreshing. I have a little bit of a concern in that we've got the swimming pool in the back garden, we've got that huge garage in the back garden. If we don't look at this, perhaps with looking at perhaps a condition or something with it to take away permitted development rights, so that subject to site visit and what the members feel, there's, if it was to go ahead, we're already saying it's quite big, but if it was, we wouldn't want to see any other more development on that site. But I think we need to go and have a look ourselves what is along that road. So I'm minded to go with the suggestion of a site visit, as Councillor Johnson suggested in his address to the committee.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Piccolo.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've listened to what the others said there. Yeah, I'm just a little bit concerned. I'd like to see what, I know what's further along from the road, you know, is new and whatever, and there's industrial bits the other side. I'd like to look at this aspect of these 5 bungalows in isolation. Should this get permission, then that possibly gives more leverage to the 1-2 dells down to have the same thing. So what you end up with is what was a typical cottage type development, which was the character of the area initially, suddenly becomes a mishmash of nice quaint bungalows and bigger developments. So I think what I'd like to do, and I think that I can get a better idea whether that would be the case, as I think I'd agree to a site visit so I can picture what it could look like. Because obviously if this goes through, there's no doubt that possibly other residents in the area will use this as a reason to try to apply for planning permission and cite this as a reason for approval.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Well, I think there is a bit of interest there for a site visit. Did anyone else have anything else to add before we go any further? Okay, so yeah, an interesting one. Let's. I'll propose a site visit, and on the basis of actually maybe we could arrange that on the same day as Kipling Avenue, so we could revisit both locations, and so we can get a good look at that. So I'll propose that. Is that seconded, Councillor Polly? Okay, Kenny, you happy for us to go to a vote? Okay, so for a site visit on agenda item 11, Highfields. All those in favour of a site visit, please raise your hands.
Unanimous.
And that's unanimous across the committee. Okay, so we can say agenda item 11 has been deferred for a site visit, and obviously we'll try and arrange that on the same day as Kipling Avenue. thank you everyone for your attendance there. That then takes us quickly on to agenda item 12, 22 Bridge Road, and Nadia. Oh yes, sorry, apologies. Given the time, it is now 20:25. Obviously, the meeting in theory closes at 8:30, but I think we are making good progress. I think we've got 3 items left. So I propose that we continue until end of the agenda. Okay, that's agreed, yeah? Agreed. Fantastic. Okay, brilliant. All right then. So on to agenda item 12, 22 Bridge Road, and that's Nadia. Would you be so kind as to present your report? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, good evening, members. So I'm presenting 22 Bridge Road. This is a householder planning application that's been called into committee by councillors in order to assess the impact of the proposal upon neighbours. The application site comprises a 4-bed detached house and garage off a small private driveway off Bridge Road in Grays. The site is an irregular shaped plot with a side and rear garden and detached garage forward of the principal elevation of the dwelling. The proposal seeks a wraparound side and rear extension, which would have a particularly irregular shape designed to fit the extent of the eastern half of the site. The proposal would provide further habitable space, and the garage would remain in use as a garage for the property. The existing floor plans and elevations of the property as is. The proposed floor plans show a particularly unusual shape of the extension. The proposal was submitted to the council by the applicant. I just go back to that there. Sorry. To the proposed floor plans. Thank you. And the one before? Thank you very much, Kenna. Thank you. So the proposal was submitted to the council by the applicant seeking pre-application advice in the first instance. The advice given was that due to the awkward, unusual design and siting of the extension, it would be likely to be recommended for refusal based on its awkward design and poor design in relation to its impact upon the character and appearance of the dwelling and the street scene in Falcon Avenue to the far east. Here's some elevations of there's an elevation of the proposal. Yeah, thank you. Advice was also given to the applicant with respect to amending the scheme in order to make it more appropriately respect the appearance of the main dwelling and the character of the area. This approach was not taken up by the applicant, and they elected to submit a planning application with the same proposal. The council advised the applicant and the planning agent at that time that this previous planning application was highly likely to be recommended for refusal for the reasons previously highlighted. The applicant subsequently withdrew that application and elected to resubmit an identical scheme, this time without a planning agent included. And this current proposal remains the same as that was originally considered and causes the same design and character concerns. Here are some images of the site and location and street scene. So the entrance from Bridge Road leading to the small mews. And if that image in front of you there shows the site, application site on the far right of the image and the garage immediately adjacent to it with the car in front. There's a more front-facing image of the property in the background there, and the garage there. Just to give you an idea of the context of the site. The front elevation of the property, and these are views of the site from Falcon Avenue, which lies to the east, which if I can just skip back to the aerial image. Sorry, Ken, I'm making you jump about a bit there. This image here. So it's the road immediately to the east of the property. You can just see the turning head there on Falcon Avenue as it abuts the application site. So we scoot back to the images. I'm making you work around, sorry. So views of the site from Falcon Avenue. And as we can see, the extension would be at its longest point, have a length of 11 metres along the eastern boundary of the site. The flat roof of the extension, including the lantern roof light, would be visible from the street scene in Falcon Avenue and would appear awkward and out of character. While the unusual shape of the application site is noted, The irregular shape and appearance of the proposal would not be an approach the council would encourage from a design perspective or a character perspective, and it should be discouraged. In summary, the application is recommended for refusal on page 303 of your agenda. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick one first, then I'll go to Councillor Arnold, then Councillor Watson. So, pre-app advice, was there sort of flexibility for some form of extension, just obviously not as excessive as what I was looking for? Thank you.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Pre-application advice was given and alternative options to revise and amend the scheme were put forward to the applicant, and certainly there is no in principle objection to extensions at the property at all. But
Okay,
the revisions weren't taken forward by the applicant.
No, thank you, Nadia. Okay then, so we'll go to Councillor Arnold, then Councillor Watson.
Yeah, am I reading the, or looking at the diagram correctly, that the extension, does that actually follow the sort of the boundary of the property itself fully?
Through you, Chair, yes it does, entirely to the east. I'm happy to show you the drawing again if you want me to.
Yes, please.
Through you, Chair. So if you can see the irregular shaped floor plan that would wrap around from the side garden of the property, around the back and forward of the main front wall and around the back of the garage there. And if you don't mind, Kenna, if we can go back up to the plot, if you go up two more, yeah. And you can see there that's the eastern side of the site, and the extension would follow the actual shape of the plot. Okay, rather than the original flank wall of the property.
Okay, so the proposed built height of the new side of the dwelling will be really considerably higher than fence height, which I presume is 6 foot.
Yeah, through you, Chair, if we go down, Kenna, to the proposed elevations, the clearest image I can show you actually is the image on the bottom right-hand side of the screen there. Yep. So the actual fence on Falcon Avenue is a 6 foot fence, so 1.8 metre fence, and it would stop around about four brick courses below the top soffit of the flat roof there. You can see that would run the 11 metre length of that eastern boundary.
Okay, I'm sort of struggling to get my head around that. The fence height is 6 foot. And you're saying that the wall would be 4 courses higher than the 6 foot. Is that how I understand it?
Through your chair, sorry, I was trying to give you an approximate so you could more easily visualise it. But the maximum height of the extension, including the roof light, would be approximately 2.5 metres high. So it's around about 700 mil higher than the existing fence line.
Because I was just thinking sort of head height. If you've got someone walking around at 6 foot tall, they're going to be bashing their head on the ceiling, aren't they? But, so it is considerably higher than the fence height.
It would certainly be visible, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Chair. On your conclusions and reasons for refusal, you've actually said there are no in principle objections to this proposal, and yet you're refusing it. Are you talking about there is no objections, nobody's putting an objection, or you as planning are not... Oh.
Through you, Chair. Yes, I can confirm there are no written objections to the proposal at all received from any neighbours. There is no highway objection, no neighbour amenity impact objection at all. The objection is on the basis of the poor design of the extension and its impact upon the character and appearance of the street scene and the existing dwelling.
Thank you, Chair. So, in principle, it's just planners are saying that this is not a good development, but everywhere else, all the residents and the surrounding area of it are not putting an objection in at all. So, is it a line of sight thing? Is there a problem with light? Or I don't...
Through you, Chair, there are no neighbour amenity impacts because of the orientation of the plot and the surrounding neighbours, and no neighbours have objected. The concerns are based upon the poor design and appearance of the extension and its unusual arrangement around the side and forward of the property and around the back of the garage, and its visual impact to the street scene in Falcon Avenue.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Arnold.
Is there, I mean, my limited knowledge, is there an issue with regards a habitable room being built on the boundary? Is there not normally spacing required there?
Through you, Chair, from a planning perspective, there are no such objections, providing a development is entirely within the red line of the application site. And in this case, there is no suggestion that this is anything other than a further reception room or habitable living area like you might have for any other extension.
Okay, thank you. And then just adding on that, Nadia, sorry. So it wouldn't, because obviously you looked at parking down that road, it looked horrendous. So you wouldn't have any additional concerns in terms of floor space impacting car parking, no?
No, Chair. There are no objections under highway grounds. Parking isn't great in the Mews, but the scale of the proposal is such that we wouldn't require any additional parking, and the off-street parking and the garage parking would remain on site, so there are no parking or highway objections.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Arnold?
Sorry, yeah, and I was just sort of thinking ahead, if this application were to be granted by members, could a condition be put on this for further development, right? To not allow the garage to be further incorporated into the development?
Through you, Chair. There is already a restrictive condition on the garage for this property and others in the Mews, so that it can only be used for the parking of cars. So it cannot be used as, say, it can't be converted to be another habitable room. So that already exists. Anyway.
Okay, thank you. So let's. Any further questions?
Just one.
Yeah, Councillor Polly.
I'm just not sure, because Falcon Road it's not in Bridge Road. Would the neighbours have actually received a consultation letter, or how wide does our net go around the address? Who would have been consulted? Sorry, Nadia.
Through you, Chair, I can confirm that any application site would have required all landowners and neighbouring occupiers that abut the site to have been sent neighbour letters, and if you give me 2 ticks, I will confirm exactly.
No, that's fine. No.
They are if you wish, but okay, fair enough.
If they abut, which obviously Falcon
and they do,
does. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Tandy.
Yeah, just a quick question. If this didn't go through, it would be just totally because of design.
Through you, Chair, yes, the proposal is recommended for refusal based on page 303, and it is due to its poor design and its character impact upon the street scene in Falcon Avenue and on the existing dwelling.
So all they have to do is redesign it again if it didn't go through. That's it.
Through you, Chair, the proposal ought to, traditionally, you would anticipate any extension to a property of this nature to follow the flank building line. So you have a flank wall of an extension, you would expect it to, say, for argument's sake, for a side extension, to be no more than half the width of the original dwelling and to follow, in parallel, the original flank wall. A revised proposal was put forward to the applicant suggesting a more traditional form, and that was rejected. They do have the option of doing that in the future if they wish to, and to submit an application along those lines.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, no further questions. We'll then go to the speaker statements in relation to this particular item. We have one speaker statement. That's a statement of support from a Gov Sembi. And Mr. Sembi, are you here this evening? Yes, brilliant. If you'd like to sit down, please. You've got 3 minutes in which to present your application. You've got quite a long statement there, so have a little think, maybe bullet point some things up and see how you get on. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a quick introduction. So myself and my wife have been residents in Grays for 7 years now. I'm a teacher in a secondary school. My wife is a police officer with the Met Police. We now have a 3-year-old daughter. We spent a lot of time and money refurbishing the house when we first bought it, and I've always considered it as my forever home, but it needs to sort of grow and expand with my family. And that's the whole point of this extension. I have a young daughter now. So the additional reception area is, in essence, me being a teacher, I want a study area for my daughter. I also want a play area for my daughter. I want to build around what she needs. So that's the sort of reasoning behind the space that we require. In terms of the location, obviously it's a detached house. There are a group of 4 houses. South of us is Falcon Wood. There's Falcon Avenue to the east. Our plot, we had 2 options. We had the south garden, which is rectangular in shape, which we were sort of kind of against modifying that in any shape, way, shape or form. We just didn't want to adjust the south-facing garden. To the east is obviously the triangular-shaped garden. With the garage cut out. The garage will always remain. That's always going to be used for parking. That was suggested that would be the best option for us to build upon by the architect, an architect that was actually recommended by Thurrock Council. We found her via the website. So we were going to utilise the side garden. The remaining garden that we have south is similar to the gardens around us. So we're not going to have a reduced garden size. In the statement, like it's already mentioned, there are no principal objections to the proposal. In terms of revisions that were previously mentioned, there was a revision that I emailed around. The revision that was given by the planning officer suggested that there'd be a 50-centimetre gap between the fence line and the extension. With all due respect, I would struggle to walk down that area. I have a miniature Dachshund who'd probably get stuck there at some point. I have a young daughter, 3 years old, who could get stuck down that area. The suggested revision by the planning officers went ahead of the house line, so I'm struggling to see how that will be changing the view from the front of the house. So I'm struggling to understand why that's an objection. Harmful to visual amenity in terms of the view from Bridge Road, we're going to be using identical bricks to the existing house. The window that we're going to be using is the exact same size to the one closest to it, which is our current kitchen window. So we're going to try and keep it as visually harmonious as possible to what we already have. It's not going to be something that's going to be sticking out like an eyesore. From Falcon Avenue, the extension is not actually visible from the vast majority of Falcon Avenue. I sent images from Google Maps.
Sum up for us.
Sure.
Just over the 3 minutes. Take your time.
Sorry. It's not visible from Falcon Avenue for the most part. For me personally, I feel like I contribute to the local community. I'm vice chair of the Riverside local big community. I've tried my best to contribute. This whole process has given us problems in terms of having to consider moving outside of the borough. It's not something I want to do. I want to stay in this borough. And we feel that if this was refused, we'd be in a position that we wouldn't be able to stay here longer. We want this to be our forever home. We want to continue to contribute towards Grays and Riverside in itself. And I'd really hope that you could help us to do that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that.
Sorry, in addition, I've also brought a neighbour with me who is happy to support us as well.
Cheers, thank you. Okay then, so based on that statement, are there any further questions? Councillor Arnold.
Just referencing back to the statement there, the 500 mil gap that would be from the fence line to the perimeter wall, is that not to form some kind of safeguard for future owners? Because, with respect, the gentleman may not be living there forever, and that then becomes a maintenance alleyway. I know you can't, it's not comfortable, but at least in a much needed situation you could prop a ladder up, etc., without having to go on to the neighbouring property. So I feel actually the statement about the 500 mil is really more of a future safeguard. I'm just looking at the drawing at the minute. I'm kind of just thinking that if an application like this, if it were to be granted, it kind of sets a fairly dangerous precedent. I think there'd be nothing to stop other people coming in with similar schemes, and it would be hugely detrimental to many of our smaller estates, or larger estates, whatever. I think it's just a very poor design, and it's really exploiting the garden footprint that this house possesses.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Arnold. I think obviously there was a question at the beginning, then you went into debate. That's good though, because we are heading to debate. Could you just clear up the gap there? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you. If we're able to go to the presentation again, I can show you. So it's probably easier to look at the floor plan of the proposal, which I could roughly describe with respect to the revision. So if you look at the original flank wall, where you can see a doorway in between, the suggestion put forward to the applicant was to effectively bring out the original flank wall so it stays parallel to the original property. So you have a single-storey extension that would effectively cut off the most triangular part of that extension. There was no objection to it connecting physically to the flank of the garage, but it was sensible to leave a separation gap so there would be room, as you completely pointed out, for maintenance and no encroachment over the boundary fence. So you would have as much of a more traditionally built side extension as far as possible. But as I say, that was never submitted as a formal plan anyway. It was put forward as an option to the applicant at the time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nadia. And just on that, before we head to debate, what about lighting? So you've got the roof light, but obviously there's large areas of that wall there that obviously I assume they wouldn't be able to have a window, or even if they did, it would be pointless because they're would be up against the fence. So I imagine that's quite unusual. Is that a concern for lighting?
It would have been through you, Chair. It would have been a concern if there hadn't been the roof lantern, but there is also a second window. Not just at the rear of the property, but also at forward of the principal elevation adjacent to the garage. So, given the sort of layout of the room, I'm sure that most triangular, most easterly point may have been, potentially darker, but there wouldn't have been a concern sufficient to have raised any objection on that basis for the occupiers. No.
Okay then, thank you. All right then, so we'll head into the debate phase if there's no further questions. I'll just start briefly and see what everyone's thoughts and feelings are on this. So first and foremost, obviously a very good statement put forward by the applicant. I suppose in all these cases, I think one thing that would always work very well is no residential objections, and I do also agree that it is sort of, it's quite out of the way, it's quite a unique property in that it is out of the way. Although it is quite excessive for an additional room, I do think obviously there are options available there for I think a more reasonable extension. So for me, it's probably difficult to justify that as a utility room on its own. Certainly when you look at the floor space compared to the whole property. So it's probably too much of a hurdle to get over for myself. But it'll be interesting to see what you think. Obviously we've heard from yourself, Councillor Arnold. Is there any who else have got any other opinions on this particular one? Councillor Polly, then Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Chair. I don't like this design, to be candid about it. I do think that it does offer that pre-application advice for people to try and work with the authority as well. What I heard a lot in the statement was that I don't want to lose my garden. I want a home based around a 3-year-old child, which are probably reasons at the moment for that family. But in 5 years' time, there could be a second child. There could be that child might not. They might not like the school in the area and want to change. I don't think providing an education room for a child is a key consideration in deciding this application. I do think the officers have got instruction from us as a council to improve the design and build, as we had with an earlier application. The school was deferred because of poor design and brought back with a better project. So I think we've got to be consistent with our message that if this isn't meeting our current design standards, I think I would support the officers at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Chair. So I'm really torn on this one because I'm not really fussed about why they're building the place, if it's for their daughter or whatever. This actual design is like there's no objections. It's not seen from anywhere. It's a really, as you said, Chair. It's tucked out the way. Nobody really sees it. There's no the neighbour's actually here. So he hasn't put in any objection. So I'm a bit. For me, why not? Why not build the extension? Because it's not as if we've had planning go through here before with some obscene planning things that have happened, and we've had to go off and say no to or yes to, whatever that may be. So as this is literally tucked out of the way down a mews and nobody's going to see it, I haven't got an issue with this design, to be honest with you. And if you want to build it for your house or your aunts or your uncles or whatever, that's not our decision to make. So I just feel, but it isn't. Yeah. So yeah. So I think that I'm not against this proposal, to be frank with you. I just think that it's not even on the green belt. You know.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. No, thank you for that, Councillor. Councillor Tanner.
Same as Councillor Watton. There's obviously objection with design. Like the gentleman said, new windows, new bricks. And, you know, if you're saying it looks poor, the design looks poor, I mean, look at other buildings in the area as well. They're not exactly perfect around this area neither. It's out the way. The biggest thing is, obviously, the neighbours have not objected, which I'm quite surprised. So I don't see there's a big issue here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Tandy. Okay, was there any further comments before we come to some form of conclusion? No, I don't think there was any further comments there. Okay, so I think everyone who's raised their hands have expressed an opinion. I mean, you know, as I said, I think it's a good debate. I can understand you made some very good points, Councillor Tandy, Councillor Watson, and I could see why you would want to support a scheme like this. I think for me, given that pre-app advice, given that there is options to extend further, but not excessively, for me would be more acceptable in terms of design. So, I mean, I'll recommend we could head to the vote and see where we end up. I can recommend on page 303 refusal based on the officer recommendation. And is that seconded by anyone? I'll go Councillor Arnold. Kenny, you okay? You happy to go to the vote? All right, so all those in favour of the officer recommendation, which is to refuse, please raise your hand. Okay. That's four votes. And all those against? Okay, that's 3. So with that, we can say that application agenda item 12, 22 Bridge Road, has been refused, and hopefully we'll see something else in the future on that particular plot. So, okay, thank you everyone for turning up and presenting your case. Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to agenda. We've got 2 more items, agenda item 13 and 15, and we'll take it from there. Agenda item 13, that's 43 Purfleet Road. Nadia, I understand that's your one as well, yeah?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it is. Thank you, Lee. This is another call-in application in relation to 43 Purfleet Road. And the application was called in by councillors as detailed in your agenda. So the application site comprises of a detached bungalow and garage building on a corner plot located within a residential area in Averley. This corner plot site is located at the junctions of Purfleet Road and Love Lane. The site is bordered by residential development, and up until March 2021, the site had established trees along the boundaries as well as extensive vegetation on the site. The existing access is located on Love Lane and leads to the garage at the rear. The proposal seeks to... Apologies. Sorry, let me just go over that next one. There's some levels, images of the existing bungalow on the property and some elevations of the existing bungalow. Going back to that, the levels drawing briefly, if you don't mind, Kenna, the extent of the site and the this is an image of the extent of the site and the existing footprints and levels. Excuse me, I can't read my writing. The site sits at a slightly elevated position above the main road on Purfleet Road, with ground level sitting approximately 1.4 metres higher within the site when compared to the highway on Purfleet Road. The proposal seeks the redevelopment of the site to provide 3 pairs of semi-detached 2-storey dwellings. This layout plan shows the proposed layout with the dwellings located broadly along the notional building line of the existing pattern of development in Purfleet Road. The existing access to Love Lane would be removed and a new vehicle access would be proposed, providing a 2-way vehicle access onto Purfleet Road to the far western side of Purfleet Road at the north of the image there. The pedestrian access on Purfleet Road, which exists at that western end of the site, would be resited to the eastern half of Purfleet Road. Oh, sorry, go back to that again. The private rear garden serving the 6 dwellings would be 10 metres in depth at the maximum point, which would be below council standards and expectations. These short garden depths would result in an unacceptable level of overlooking and thereby loss of privacy for the neighbour to the immediate south of the site on Love Lane. This overlooking is considered to be so significant as to warrant recommending refusal for this reason. The proposal would provide 14 parking spaces on a car-dominated frontage, which is a concern, and it's also included as a reason for refusal for you tonight. This provision of parking would comply with the adopted parking standards in that 2 spaces would be provided for each property, plus 2 visitor spaces, amounting to 14 in all. The internal layout is somewhat tight with respect to manoeuvring. However, it's not considered that the parking layout as proposed would be harmful or justify any reason to refuse the application on highway safety grounds or on grounds based upon the level of parking provision. Here are some elevations of the proposed dwellings. 4 of the dwellings would provide 4-bed units, with the 4th bed within the roof space. The pair of dwellings to the furthest east would provide 3 beds plus a room labelled as a study on the first floor, which would provide a 6 square metre room. But so effectively 3, if not 4 bedroom properties. With some floor plans there. Here's an elevation of the proposed street scene in Purfleet Road. With respect to the detailed design and appearance of the proposal, the dwellings reflect the design of the immediate street scene in Purfleet Road and would be broadly considered appropriate given the immediate context. Here's a 3D visual provided by the applicant showing a mock-up of the proposals when viewed from Purfleet Road. And some images of the site. So this is the corner plot viewed from Purfleet Road. And some other images of the site. As you can see, the bungalow at present is vacant. And other views from Purfleet Road. And that's looking up the road there in the top image, top photograph. And some views then from other parts of the site. So this is from Love Lane, looking at the existing access and the neighbouring bungalow to the south. and some views from within the site. As you can see, much of it is overgrown at the moment because it is a vacant plot. And these are views of the immediate street scene in Purfleet Road. So the top image is the property to the immediate west of the site in Purfleet Road, so the neighbouring house. And the bottom photo there is the views of the properties immediately opposite the site on the other side of Purfleet Road. And looking down and up Love Lane, and again the view of the site. There is concern that the proposals would, by virtue of the number of the units proposed, the particularly short rear garden depths, the amount of hard landscaping to the frontage of this car-dominated frontage of the site, be likely to result in a development which would appear cramped and overdeveloped, and also result in harm to the character and appearance of the wider street scene. The proposals would also lead to unacceptable levels of overlooking and loss of privacy and amenity to the neighbour to the immediate south. And in summary, the application is recommended for refusal to members for 3 reasons on page 318 of your agenda. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nadia. So just a couple quickly. First off, any pre-app advice on this one? Because obviously, clearly it's a large plot, and clearly there is room for some form of extension or a few properties. So was there anything there? And obviously, those 2 large trees at the front, are they protected, or do they come down, or they're not associated with this plot of land? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Pre-app advice was sought by the applicant and given, and that advice did state that the site is residential with respect to its land use designation, and residential development wouldn't be objectionable in principle, subject to finer detail. And in fact, several sets of drawings were submitted and considered as part of that pre-app advice. The application before you tonight follows that pre-app advice with respect to the design of the properties, but not the number or indeed the amount of development on the site. And your second question regarding the trees, the 2 trees that were seen in the images are outside the application site, I believe, if they're the ones that you're referring to. There were trees within the site that have been removed, but none of them are protected under TPO at all.
Okay, and then just quickly, so the garden sizes as well, they're not something that you would normally accept given the size of the properties. And then in addition, I mean, it was quite highly it's quite high at the front. I mean, you're always going to have parking on the front. Is it just the amount of cars given the size, or I mean, how would you overcome that obstacle if you was to come back with something separate? Would the cars have to be parked on the side, etc.? So there's 2 questions there, really. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So with respect to the parking, it's not uncommon for properties on Purfleet Road to have vehicle accesses to their driveways and properties, so that isn't uncommon. The site is elevated. It's almost reaching the brow of the hill as you come up the hill, certainly. But actually accessing the site for parking on the frontage in itself isn't an issue. What is of concern with this proposal is that there is an extensive amount of hard landscaping and very little opportunity to introduce or retain any soft landscaping on that frontage, and that's what's going to appear quite shocking with respect to the visibility of the corner plot, the lack of soft landscaping that could be retained or achieved at the site because it's so car dominated. As I say, the number of parking spaces isn't so much the issue, it's the fact it's car dominated with respect to the hard landscaping. It would look quite out of character. And the way to overcome it, in answering your follow-up question, is by reducing the number of units on the site so that there is greater flex to provide a layout of parking that would better fit with more soft landscaping that could be achieved. Because what's clear from local residents is that they were disheartened by the loss of the landscaping and vegetation at this plot.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go to Councillor Arnold, then...
Thank you, Chair. Just looking at the diagram that's provided in the other kind of the paperwork we've got. This is obviously the proposed aerial view. The parking spaces, are they being proposed to be allocated to each property?
Through you, Chair, each property would have 2 parking spaces allocated to it, and there are 2 additional spaces for visitors, so a total of 14, yeah.
So would are the parking spaces actually numbered and allocated to the houses?
If the application were considered to be favourable through your chair, yes, they would be, but they're not actually identified as such. I don't recall.
I was just curious because on the
they're not on the plan.
On the
No.
the two properties at each end, the parking bay is actually very close to the front doors. Probably not a problem if the homeowner owns the car that's parked right by their front door. But if it was anybody else with a transit van or something and it was 3 foot away from their front door, there could be a problem there, couldn't there?
I take your point, yes, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Chair. Nadia, is there enough access there for like an ambulance or waste disposal, or a fire engine to get in? Because it looks quite crap to do a turn in there as well.
Through you, Chair, the width of the access, the new access on Purfleet Road at 4.8 metres is wide enough for 2 vehicles to pass, and I'm sure Highways can pick up whether that would be a suitable width for emergency vehicle access. But with respect to your query about manoeuvring and turning within the site, there is a concern that the layout within the site is quite tight, and in fact the swept path tracking that is included in your pack as one of the plans, I believe, certainly was in my presentation, so excuse me if I'm looking for it here now. Oh, I don't think it was produced, but it was in the presentation. If Kenna doesn't mind going back to that, it's immediately after the layout, shows the swept path analysis, and actually it was noted that by our highways officers that the vehicle used in that swept path analysis there is a shorter than normal car at 4.2 metres in length. And so whilst it shows a swept path analysis, the actual interior layout of the parking on the front of the site is a bit tight. It's doable for 14 spaces, but it is quite tight. But ultimately, the highways officer didn't consider that there was a justifiable reason to refuse the application on the basis of the layout alone, given the fact that there is already there would be an adequate provision of parking there, albeit slightly tighter in terms of layout. It certainly could be achievable with some revision. I hope that explains a bit more further.
Matt Ford, did you want to come in there?
Thank you, Chair. I think Nadia hit it on the head, really. The swept path analysis identifies a smaller car than what you'd normally expect. We'd normally expect to see a 4.8 vehicle on the tracking. In respect of the application you see before you, we look at it in terms of the impact on the highway and whether or not the vehicles parking on that site would continue to go out in forward gear or whether or not they would be forced to reverse out. At the current application, it doesn't appear to be any potential for vehicles to reverse out as part of the tracking. It just means that it'll be doing more turning manoeuvres within the site. One thing I would mention is the front elevation, the mock-up that was provided does show quite a steep slope down to the highway. One of the things that would be mindful about would be the forward visibility coming out of the junction. The applicant has provided forward visibility displays as part of their application piece, and one of the things that we've identified is a condition to maintain those forward visibility displays as they come out of that site. But as Nadia said, it's a two-way vehicle access. In terms of emergency service vehicles, they're likely to do curbside. They wouldn't necessarily go into the development site because it's quite cramped and quite tight. There's not much manoeuvring space within there, so they're likely to do curbside, obviously reflecting on the elevations with that slope. So if there was any requirement to trolley anybody out, there's obviously that issue that would need to be traversed. And I think we've got conditions to make sure that the access meets our geometric design standards, i.e. DDA compliant for wheelchairs and and emergency trolley access in and out, and bin storage as well.
Okay, thank you. I don't think, was there any further questions there, Councillor Piccolo?
Yeah, is it possible just to go back to the artist's impression again at the front of the building?
Through you, Chair, just for the benefit of the applicant, that 3D visual was submitted when the application was first submitted, and that the access changes where it was widened and the better site space provided isn't reflected on that 3D visual. It's appropriate to just mention that to you,
that's right, yeah.
just for your awareness. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry to be awkward. Sit there. Can you just make that a little bit larger?
Make it bigger. Yeah.
I mean, they put that. I'm assuming that that slope or the incline that's shown is reasonably indicative of what's going to be there. I'm just a little bit concerned that that's quite a steep slope, and it comes onto quite a major road. And I'm just thinking about in the winter and the what's when you get ice, that could have snow and ice on it, and that could make it difficult for the cars to get up. But more importantly, if they were to come out there and there was ice on that slope, I'm a little bit concerned they go straight into the main road. Yeah. So, the amount of slope on that entrance and exit is concerning to me, bearing in mind the type of road it's going on to.
Yeah, I don't know if Matt wants to come in there. I mean, it's not completely uncommon, is it? I mean, you do get driveways across Thurrock like that, but I suppose, yeah, if you're suggesting that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 properties are going to be using that one driveway, then yeah, maybe. Have you got anything there for us, Matt? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As Nigel states, this is a very early iteration of the proposal. I think this was the one that had an access also out onto Love Lane, which was amended because of the issues around the junction. As I said, if members were minded to approve this, there is a raft of highways conditions that we would want to see, one of which would be the access condition, to make sure that the access is fully compliant with our geometric design standards, not just in width, but in elevation. It is worth noting that verge in front of that brick wall is within the adopted highway reserve, so that ramp would be within the highway, which would be maintained by Thurrock Council. So we would want to make sure that ramp meets the minimum geometric design standards that we would expect.
Okay, thank you. And was that everyone's hand raised? Councillor Arnold?
Yeah, maybe just a quick one. Maybe it might be a bit from my education, really. The rear garden, like the amenity space, it's down as square metres. Do we know what typically the smallest garden depth would be, and how that compares with? Is there a standard for a new house building?
Through you, Chair. Yes, there is. So our adopted policies would require a minimum back-to-back distance between private side to private side windows of 20 metres in terms of overlooking distance. With respect specifically to the minimum garden depths, policy states 12 metres minimum. But obviously each site is different. It's about the context of the area as much as anything else, and the amount of amenity space provided. And in this case, a 10-metre garden depth in an area where the gardens are characteristically much larger, and the overlooking is so direct to that first property, the bungalow on the south on Love Lane, is of significant concern.
Okay, yeah, right then. So if that's, I think if that's questions covered for the moment. Now we do have 3 speaker statements, but I understand maybe we've only got one speaker here. So I would like to invite forward a statement of support. That's from Rakesh Camp. If you'd be so kind as to come forward, and you've got 3 minutes in which to present your case. Please start when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you and good evening, Chairman and members. Montague TSK Limited have a proven track record of delivering high-quality homes across London, Essex and the Midlands. The Thames Gateway Delivery Plan advocates 2,100 new homes for Averley. 43 Purfleet Road is a brownfield site within the existing settlement boundary, and it is a windfall site. The development is in a sustainable location with close proximity to shops, school, leisure and transport facilities. The NPPF promotes sustainable development and redevelopment of underused land. It emphasises good quality, well-designed homes. This scheme provides 6 high-quality homes promoting local character and distinctiveness per policy CSTP22 with bay windows, porches and hip roofs. The properties meet minimum space standards and are lifetime homes. They can easily be adapted for future accessibility needs, including adding a lift for a disabled person. Each house has a 1 metre private side access with no loss of light to neighbours. The LPA policy CSTP1 proposes 60 houses per hectare. This application has 42.6 houses per hectare, hence no overdevelopment. The scheme provides a 4.8 metre wide access on Purfleet Road, allowing for two-way vehicle movement. There are no high-rise objections on the scheme. The development provides 14 parking spaces, including 2 visitor spaces, to ensure no overspill onto surrounding streets. The development has a gradient of 8% within the LPA's acceptable levels. The properties have private gardens of up to 90 square metres. Averley Recreation Ground is 0.3 miles away. Thus, private amenity space is deemed acceptable. Furthermore, landscape and ecology has stated the application may be acceptable in landscaping terms should it be proposed for approval, as it meets policies PMD2 and PMD7. The scheme includes almost 40 new shrubs and trees to the Purfleet Road frontage, all hard standing provided is permeable paving. There is a 1.8 metre high closed-board fence on the rear boundary, which prevents ground floor overlooking to Love Lane. This proposal includes additional tall hedge planting on this boundary to reduce first floor overlooking concerns. Venetian blinds will be fitted to the new houses, further mitigating concerns. The Essex Design Guide states some overlooking is inevitable and is considered acceptable at normal urban density levels, above 20 houses per hectare. The latest plans have plots 1 to 4 having back garden depths of 10.8 metres, including the hedges, with plots 5 and 6 having depths of 12 metres. Plot 2 currently overlooks the veranda of Love Lane at a straight line distance of 15 metres. The overlooking is currently mitigated by the hedges that are proposed, as well as a pitch on the Love Lane bungalow roof, which prevents overlooking. This development provides high quality housing, accommodates new households with extra spend and investment in local shops and services, and I request members to support the development proposal.
Excellent, thank you very much. Spot on 3 minutes. Okay, so based on that speaker's statement, are there any further questions? Okay, no further questions. So who would like to start debating this one this evening? Paul, then Councillor Watson, then Councillor Polly.
Thank you. I mean, I've obviously heard the comment about it's a generous amount of dwellings per hectare, as the ratio is good, which I understand. I mean, it looks. I can see that because the houses obviously they look very nice. They've worked very hard to keep them in keeping with the rest of the street scene. I'm just thinking that the ratio for this site may be a little bit too high. I think if it was reduced, it would alleviate some of the parking issues. It may actually be more visually kinder to the area. I think it looks like maybe it's been squeezed in onto it is a generous plot, but maybe 6 is too many. Although taking into account what you said about the ratio per hectare, I think it's just the site. It's a raised site. It's a little bit cramped at the front, and I think if that was sort of maybe pared down for the house numbers, it might be better for this site. That's just how I'm thinking at the minute. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Watson, then Councillor Polly.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the Councillor Arnold. if this site was 4 houses, I think I could quite accept that a little bit more. The issue that I have more than anything else is actually the car parking and the parking area of it. God forbid if anything happens and a fire brigade has to go in the middle of the road or anything more than that, is if an ambulance has to go up the slope because they have to get someone out and then reverse down a slope, it's just not, I don't even want to bear thinking about it, to be honest with you. So on this scheme, I'm not happy with it. I don't like it. It feels like it's overpopulated with the houses. We're back to 4 beds as well instead of like 3s or 2s, but that's my preference. So if it was a smaller scheme but on the same site with the car parking less congested, add a little bit more shrubbery to hide the fact of Love Lane, because at the moment I feel very sorry for them because they're going to get primary school down that road as well now. I think I'd be more in favour with the scheme, but currently, Chair, I refuse the scheme as it stands. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Polly.
Thank you, Chair. I get a little bit nervous when we just talk about houses per hectare, density of dwellings. Is that a quality 4-bed or is that a 4-bed that's been squeezed into a 2-bedroom plot? That gives me a bit of nervousness. We're also 4 bedrooms, so that would be larger recycling bins. So that they get larger wheelie bins for larger homes. I'm just thinking that would be 3. So that'd be 12 large wheelie bins plus then 6 average size, all being dragged out onto that pavement each morning. I'm not convinced that would be happening, and so I'm a little bit concerned about that. As regards that ramp, I would suggest that the ambulances that East of England use at the moment would bottom out on that. They wouldn't even be able to get up there. So I don't think there would be access for emergency vehicles, and as we've alluded to, certainly not our refuge trucks or anything like that. Maybe it would provide families to take up the spaces in the primary school, but I think the officers have done a good job on the report, and I think at this point I'd be minded to support their recommendation of refusal.
Okay, thank you. So I think everyone's spoke there. Yeah, pretty much echo what has been said. I do think that it's obviously we have the agent and developers are very ambitious. It is an interesting site, and clearly there is potential for an impressive development to go on there. It does look to be a little bit too much at the moment, so let's see. For me, I'll be voting to reject, but let's see what the future holds. Hopefully, with some more conversations with the council, they can work together and come up with something a little bit more reasonable. What that is, whether it's 5, 4, 3, 2 homes, I'm not sure. There are some hurdles to get over there. So, yeah, I'll leave that to the developers and the council for the future. I've got nothing more to add, unless anyone else has. So with that, there is a recommendation on a page 319, recommendation 8.0, and that is to refuse. I'll recommend that. Is that seconded? Councillor, I'll go to Councillor Shinnick. Those are very quick there. All those in favour of recommendation 8.0, which is to refuse, please raise your hands. Okay, and that's okay, now that's unanimous across the committee. You happy with that, yeah? Brilliant, excellent. Okay, so we can say 43 Purfleet Road, agenda item 13 has been refused. As mentioned, I did like the frontage, that did look nice. So yeah, hopefully we'll see them back in the not too distant future. That then takes us on to our last item this evening, thank you, which is agenda item 15. Obviously remembering that we've already done Kipling Avenue right at the beginning of the meeting. Seems like a long time ago now. Let's bring in Ian for the last item on the agenda, and that's Coach Park, Pilgrims Lane, on page 339. Ian, if you'd be so kind as to present your report.
Thank you, Chair. Yep, this application is land located to the north of the A1306, south of the A13, west of Pilgrims Lane and east of Sports Club. The previous use, authorised use of the site going back in time was as a coach park, and that's where it takes its name from. In the past, it had capacity for over 700 cars and 200 coaches. The next slide, can I? One more. Sorry. The history of the site in more recent years is that the contractors associated with initial monitoring and investigation works connected to the Lower Thames crossing occupied the site in April 2020. An application was received for the use of the site, of the whole of the site being used as a contractor's compound, mostly for the storage of items, bollards, cones and such like. An application came to committee this time last year for retrospectively seeking permission for that, and it was deferred, with councillors particularly raising concerns about the number of HGV movements to and from the site. The applicant at that time, which is a different applicant to who we have now, is set out that the use of the site had evolved, and rather than being entirely used as a contractor's compound, the northern half of the site is being used as an office space directly for national highways, with the southern half of the site being used as a contractor's compound. That's been reflected on site as buildings have been introduced, and that's led to the submission of this new application. The other application remains alive and deferred, but it no longer reflected how the site has been used, and so this new application has been received, which reflects the current situation. As you can see on the plan before you, there's a large building in the centre of the northern half of the site, which is an office building. Adjacent to that, to the west, is a welfare building, and at the frontage of the site, the top right corner, is a community engagement building. To the south of the building, the main building, is an area of 215 parking spaces. The access to the east of the site remains as existing, or the same point of access that it's always been off the roundabout. To the southern part of the site, it's the contractor's compound with bollards, cones and various items stored, and a building at the southeast corner of the site used by the contractors Balfour Beatty, separate to National Highways, which is the remainder of the site. There's 110 parking spaces at the southern part of the site. The capacity of the site, if used to a full extent, would be 200 members of staff in the main office building and the northern part of the site, although National Highways have set out that really on most days the site is used by no more than 60 members of staff, the top half of the site, and the contractor's compound at the southern half is generally used by 20 members of staff. They've done transport surveys, or transport assessment reflecting the comings and goings of vehicles, and done a survey of how it's been used in, I think it's October, and that identified that if used at full capacity, there'd be 501 vehicle movements a day. In comparison to the previous use of the site as a coach park, where there would have been 1,885 vehicle movements a day, the position is that it's a far reduced number of movements than what the site could lawfully be used as if it was reinstated as its coach park use. And from that basis, the Highways Authority and National Highways are satisfied that the proposal is acceptable in Highways terms. The changes to the use of the site means that there's far less HGV movements than when the application was brought to us before. Sorry, bear with me. Come back to that. If you go on to the next slide. These are elevations of the buildings. That's the welfare building, Next. That's the floor plan of the office building with elevations of all four sides, which are modular units that have been brought onto the site. These are the entrance and exit buildings, which are located near to the entrance of the site, set well a fair way into the site, because where there's gates at the site, they'll be kept open. Vehicles will be able to pull up to the entrance building without having to, and then be let into the remainder of the site, so as that they don't have to block the highway waiting to get into the main part of the site. Thank you, Ken. They're the gates which have already been erected, aren't lawful, are subject of another application, but are also included as part of this application and would be retained for the period that the site's in use. Thank you, Kenna. These are the other smaller buildings at the site, which we can skip through. Yep, one more. These are photographs of the site from the entrance. As you can see, there's a good amount of screening around the site, particularly from the trees and hedges on the south-east boundaries. And the A13 is to the north, and so it's not visible from there. Next one, Carl. These are photos within the site, which you can scroll through fairly quickly. They're the welfare building to the left on that one, and the office building to the right, and as I said, the storage on the remainder. And that's from the entrance to the adjacent sports club. As you can see, the site sort of forms two halves. Thank you, Kenna. Again, as per earlier, the erection of buildings is an appropriate development in the Greenbelt. However, these are temporary, and the applicant sets out a fallback position where coaches, buses could have, and cars could be kept at the site under the terms of the previous lawful permission and have a comparable effect on openness to the structures that are at the site. There's a limited effect on openness and a limited encroachment into the countryside, particularly as this is previously developed land, and it is very well shielded and at a relatively lower level to the roads to the south. Although it is inappropriate development, in this case there are other considerations that we consider amount to very special circumstances that enable the development to be accepted. The fallback position, there's 10, I think, set out in the officer's report, but the 5 key ones are that the fallback position of use as a coach park would have a far greater adverse impact on traffic and amenity and a comparable visual effect, if not greater. There's not considered, this is a proposal that's being used in conjunction with the early phases of submitting a development order for the Lower Thames Crossing. It isn't the Lower Thames Crossing application in itself, it's just the initial, to enable the initial phases to occur. It's not considered to be a preferable site that isn't within the Greenbelt that could provide this amount of storage and office space for national highways without encroaching into the Greenbelt on a site that isn't previously developed, such as this. The permission is sought for a 5-year temporary permission. Everything is removable. We've got proposing a condition to that effect so that everything would be cleared at the end of the 5 years. That does align generally with the delivery schedule of national highways, with a little bit of leeway at the end in case there is slippage. But in general, they're aiming for 5 years. As I've said, it's previously developed land, and it's required to facilitate major project. The proposal is considered all acceptable in highways terms, in terms of amenity effects, because there's very few neighbouring residents, and therefore it's recommended for approval, subject to conditions.
Thanks, Ian. I'll ask. Again, thanks for that, Ian. Right, so we had the original application that's still live. We deferred that. Was very nervous over HGV movements. So could you help us there with, you mentioned there was a reduction of HGV movements on this particular application based on the last one. So do you have any sort of form of comparisons there? And based on the live application, or the deferred live application, this would appear an attempt to be a bit more office-based than what we was originally looking at. So what have you got for us there in terms of travel movements? Because I think it's quite important to see what we're looking at now as opposed to what we was looking at on the deferred item. Thank you. Councillor Polly.
Sorry, Chair. Previously, the amount of vehicle movements was effectively the quantity of HGV movements wasn't particularly specified. Although because of the nature of the use, it was expected to be very high. It's now considered to be 25% of the movements, which is a reduction of over 1,300 movements overall in comparison to what the lawful use would have been.
Okay, so apologies, I might need a bit more help there. So I don't know if Matt, you want to come in there with anything. So what I'm trying to work out is we had a deferred item. I was a bit nervous about the HGV movements. That one's still live. They've obviously presented a new application here, probably to be a bit more friendly to the network. So there's two things I'm sort of after. If there's less HGVs, then they're going to be. It's obviously different types of storage. So can you help us out there with? So whilst you said there was a reduction, I'm just generally after what sort of movements we're going to be looking at on that network. Probably more for this one than the deferred one, if that's getting complex. Or Matt, I don't know if you wanted to come in there on it with anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If you turn to page 360, paragraph 6.41, it states that the applicant's submissions indicate there will be no more than 400 vehicle movements at the site per day. That's not necessarily HGV, that's all vehicle movement types. I think Ian kind of touched on the fact that the applicant is saying about 25% of those movements are considered HGV. So it is 25% of that 400 figure. I think what members need to be minded of is this is a redefinition of an application that was before you last year, where the applicant has clarified the actual use on site. As it's mentioned in the report, it's to facilitate ecological surveys for Lower Thames crossings, so it's a lot of site investigations in fields and stuff like that. It's not necessarily HGV movements, it's more cars and vans movements, and it's only very limited amount of HGV movements. And we suspect that's to do with the Balfour Beatty side and the traffic management aspect of the site, where they have to put traffic management out to facilitate their ecological surveys. So I think members should be satisfied that there is a significant reduction from the previous application, which is currently live. Just to mention as well that members may recall that this site was used as part of the M25 A13 widening project by National Highways at the time, and that was used as their main site compound. Although it's not referenced within the application, I can inform you that that site compound had a significantly higher level of HGV movements than what is being proposed here. And we've kind of, although it's not in the applicant's evidence base, they've relied purely on the extant coach park provision. What we've identified is that the application from 2014-15 is no worse, or is actually worse than this application, and we never really encountered much traffic management issues at that time. So we're confident that through the traffic management plan condition that we can manage this application on the local road network so that we don't have any detrimental impacts.
If I could add, Chair, apologies for floundering earlier. The maximum number of movements they've forecast could be 501. They've said that 400 would be a more realistic figure on a day-to-day, but is still not a worst-case scenario, but a significant scenario. The split of 20 people being employed on the south part of the site and 60 on the north part correlates to it being 100, no more than 100 HGV movements a day, or movements towards the south part of the site, which is what the HGVs would be. Previously, it was estimated to be up to 300. On the previous application, it's up to 300 HGV movements a day.
Okay, thank you. And just one more question. I'll bring Councillor Pollard and Councillor Watson. I'm not seeing the. Did they have permission prior to? So you said the 2014 application for A13. Was that because I can't remember or see it here, and it's not on the history of the site. So was that something agreed outside of
I believe it didn't go through a planning process because there was no requirement at the time to do so.
Yeah.
But there was extensive discussion with us as Harbours Authority with regards to its use and operation.
Okay, so in general at the moment, what we're saying is you're confident that this temporary 5-year use is going to be lesser than what we've been experiencing with, or what we have experienced over the last few years with the A13 widening. And it's just help me out. Is that roughly the same company or same contractors, or no, completely separate?
Thank you, Chair. I believe it is a different contractor, but whereas previously it was a contractor-only site, this is now a national highways with a contractor added on at the bottom of it, and it's really down to the operation. If you can recall, with the A13 widening, M25 widening, it was a lot of HGV movements, lots of construction traffic going in and out because they were storing materials to then use out on the highway. Whereas this is more, in essence, ecological assessment. So it's a lot smaller trips in terms of size of vehicle, because it's vehicles that need to get onto unmade areas and undertake works.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, one more question, then I'll be a bit cheeky with my questions. What, in terms of, this is a 5-year use, but being realistic, if the Lower Thames crossing was to go ahead, it would probably be longer than the 5 years. So I'm trying to work out, is that, obviously they can come back at a later date, that's well within their remit in 4 years' time to say we need longer, or is this just a focus on the sort of the ecological side of things, and once the ecological side of things are done, are we then saying that they could pack up shop, and then the other aspects, it's just hard to believe that they would finish the ecological side of things and then go, oh, actually, we don't need the site no more. But again, I suppose that's not something that we're here to consider this evening.
Chair, if I may, being part of the Lower Thames Crossing Task Group, I can inform you that this site was identified as a potential compound for the Lower Thames Crossing. However, we've specifically asked for protective provisions within the DCO that is not included because of its location, which is quite far away from the LTC alignment. So there's an extensive number of compounds that LTC are proposing, and we're looking at each one of those in turn as part of the DCO process. But we've been categorical with them, saying this site is not to be used outside any preliminary investigations that they're putting forward.
All right, thank you. Apologies, there was a few questions there. So let's go Councillor Polly, and then Councillor Watson, then Councillor Arnold.
Thank you. We're making reference to the former use as a coach park and saying that vehicle movements, whether they be HGV or just generalised vehicle movements, will be lesser. The impact is significantly different. The whole objective of the coach park was to reduce traffic movements going into Lakeside. So for every coach that used the coach park, that was a reduction in car movements in the area. So 1,800 coaches was a good thing, because that would probably be 4 cars per coach minimum that were not on our road networks. So I'm a little bit, I think that's a bit of a red herring for them to be saying that they're not creating as many vehicle movements as the coach park would be, because we're not comparing apples with apples there. In my personal view, I don't know if I'm correct in what I'm saying there.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, you're right, Councillor. We have this issue a lot with extant planning permissions on sites, in that they might not be used. We heard one earlier on today, which is Thames Enterprise Park, where it was an oil refinery. There's an extant permission on that site. Clearly, it's no longer in use. But as part of the application process, the applicant can use the extant traffic data compared to what they're proposing to demonstrate whether or not there's any harm on the network. Similar sort of situation here. We know that Lakeside do operate coaches into their site, and they do park them up in certain car parks because they don't want to park them at the coach park, and they've obviously offloaded this land as an asset as part of that process because they see value in keeping the coaches nearer. we are pretty stuck in terms of planning policy, in terms of extant permission against what's proposed, and we do kind of take reference about, well, if it's not been in use, we want to see what the impact is on the network. And we've gone through those checks and balances in the past with this application. One few things to note is that obviously it's a lorry park, a coach park that was proposed to have quite a significant amount of vehicle movements in and out of it. The road network around it was designed to accommodate that. So there isn't necessarily anything we need to do in terms of mitigation in that respect, because the road network can accommodate it. I know the thoughts about Pilgrim's Roundabout, and we agree that roundabout isn't operating as well as it could. It needs to be improved. The council's looking at long-term aspirations in that respect, but it's not something this applicant, as a 5-year temporary permission, can necessarily address, because it doesn't actually cause too much of a harm compared to the other uses that operate in the envelope of that roundabout.
Okay, so thank you for that. That answered my question. Yes, thank you. 5-year application is, so the first application was back in 2020. Is the 5-year temporary from when they first submitted, or would it be from effectively now? So what I'm asking is, they gain 2 years by this process, or will this permission be for another 3 years, or will it actually take us to 2027? Thank you.
Through you, Chair, it'd be, with the way we've worded the condition, it'd be 5 years from today.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I wasn't sure on that. And my final question is, everything suggests that this is a construction site, that it is for the storage of construction or investigative materials related to the Lower Thames crossing. Community engagement building, why would a construction site need a community engagement building, please?
Through you, Chair, as I sort of said, the southern half of the site is to be used by a subcontractor, Balfour Beatty, and that's where all the bollards, cones, etc., is kept. The northern half of the site is to be used by National Highways, and part of that would be for it just provides a hub where, for when they come to do any future consultations, they can use that building.
Chair, if I may, I might be able to shed a bit more light onto it. The A14 bypass project, they had a similar sort of setup where you had an office block which was the focal point for National Highways, and they had exhibition spaces and they had engagement centres for people to come in and discuss any of the issues that they had. So it's probably going to form part of the LTC consultation drive that they're going to be putting out nearer to the time as well. So it's just to factor that in, rather than having temporary buildings in town centres and stuff like that.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to Councillor Watson, then Councillor Arnold.
Thank you, Chair. Can we just go back a bit about the movement? So I had a quick figured up. So we're looking at let's estimate 501 movements a day, and if we estimate the average number of staff on the site will be 80 per day, that's 160 movements for them. That means that's left with 341 movements for HGVs, which equates to 170 HGVs going each way per day. Yeah? Is that about right?
Just to clarify, no.
Right.
You're talking about the staff coming into the site and then out to the site, and then you've got operational traffic throughout the day.
Yes.
The applicant has identified that 25% is going to be roughly HGV from the contractor's side. The rest of them are going to be works vans or works vehicles that go out and do their necessary survey work.
So what percentage is HGV?
It's 20. It's
20%.
The robust assessment they've done is that said that it's going to be an average of about 400 vehicle movements as a worst case scenario, with an upper limit of about 501 on certain rare occasions. 25% of that they've identified is likely to be HGV. But there's going to be a bit of a flux.
Sorry, Chair. That's not what 1.6 says. One point says the number of vehicle movements per day has been estimated to be 501. So my bit is, when we done the previous application, it was referred because we wanted to see the travel plan. That's one of the things we asked for. And in this one, you've received the travel plan, but we haven't seen the travel plan. So in my head, I live in Ockenden, the movement going through there, going through South Street and through Bellis is already enough from Next and places like that. And then there's going to be additional, if that's the way they're going to come in, there's going to be additional HGVs on there. Also, the Sainsbury's roundabout, and forgive me, Councillor Piccolo knows of the B roads, that's already at a standstill most of the time anyway, with these additional, this is going to be additional on top of that. So that is one of the reasons why we asked you the travel plan. And for me, you have received the travel plan. Can we see the travel plan?
It's available on our website. It sets out various details of controlling measures. I think in terms of, we have got a condition on about HGV movements. I think Mac might be able to provide more detail about the restrictions that there are for vehicles leaving the site and going northwards. I should say the 501 that you've referred to at 1.6, that was meant to say that's a real maximum amount. I've probably phrased it wrong, I apologise for that. But the worst case scenario is 501, and that's based on there being 200 people employed at the site on rare occasions. It's the more likely is going to be much less, because there's going to be on most days there'd be 60 people employed at the north part of the site and 20 people employed at the south part of the site. So the 501 is sort of a very much a worst case scenario, and it's for when there's 200 people in the offices. So you can't just take that off of the 501 and say that the rest is going to be HGVs, if you see what I mean. And in terms of the travel plan, it sets out various things, measures such as ways of getting staff to the station so that they can get trained and then get a shuttle into the site rather than having to drive, various measures like that. And as I said, Matt could provide details about the HGVs going northwards.
Okay, thank you. So can I just ask that on here you're saying that the staff will be onto site between hours, on and off site. What about the HGVs? What are their hours exactly the same?
Through your chair, that's the condition that we'd be putting on, that they'd be limited to that 6:30 in the morning till I think it's 7 in the evening. Whatever.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go on to Councillor Arnold.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just picking up actually what Councillor Watson's just been talking about. I've actually got it circled here, and I was going to ask. It says the applicant's traffic management plan sets out that HGVs will be directed towards the A1016 and not routes through South Ockenden and North Stivard. How on earth are they actually going to do that? It's quite a statement. How are you going to back that up?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think the traffic management plan is a condition that the applicant has to abide by, and it's by way of condition. If they are found to be in breach of that condition, then the council can enforce against it. Just to back it up as well, is that North Stifford, which is north of access to the A13 from north of the B186 Pilgrims Lane, that currently has width restrictions with bus lanes. They're enforced by the police, so it's felt that is an appropriate mechanism to stop HGV movements through North Stifford, and since that scheme's gone in, we've seen a significant reduction as a result. South Road in South Ockenden, which is just north of the Ford Place junction, that has a 7.5 tonne weight limit upon it, all the way up to Buckles Lane, which is designed to stop HGV movements rat running through the B186. Again, that's enforced by the police. And Stifford Road has an 18-tonne point load restriction upon it, which is just on the bridge structure because of the issues with the failure of the bridge if a heavy goods vehicle uses over top of it. Again, that's enforced by the police. So there are mechanisms to stop or deter HGV movement going north. That's not saying it's going to stop workers from using those routes, because they're not going to be in HGV vehicles, they're going to be in normal private cars. But it's been identified through the transport assessment, that's the transport information that's come forward, that there's not going to be a material impact that's going to be detrimental to those junctions as a result. As I said before, I agree with members about Pilgrims Lane roundabout with the A1306. It's not ideal. The main issue with that junction is that there's got a pedestrian severance issue, because when we stopped using the traffic light signals, there was no pedestrian crossing facilities. The roundabout actually flows rather freely, apart from particular moments around the year to do with lakeside traffic. And as I said, we're trying to come up with a solution to resolve those issues, but it's a little bit outside this application at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you for that. I just do have to come back to it, though, because obviously there's weight restrictions on the roads. Probably incredibly hard to police, because the police are never going to be there when it happens. And if there is a need, the drivers will go that way. If there are blockages on the road, on the other routes, they will go that way. And if it's just more convenient on their trip, they will go that way. So I think these are kind of hollow words, actually. I don't see how someone could include a statement like that without actually being able to back it up, because I don't think it can be done. I think if there is a reason, they will go that way. It's just my point of view.
Yeah, okay. And have you? I know you've obviously been recently elected. Was you aware of any issues with the current site usage with the A13 and HGVs from the current site over the last few years? But
I will say, only a month ago, I got no knowledge of that. I got no data for that, but I will certainly be watching for it.
Okay, thank you. Right, Councillor Tandy.
Yeah, I'm not sure who can answer this. I know that the land behind Lakeside, they're going to build houses there soon, or where
you're referencing potential development at Arena
yeah,
Essex.
the Arena Essex.
Yeah.
Is that going ahead?
Well, that's I think that's in the pipeline, but that's not been granted permission. It's just
okay.
Yeah, it's. Okay, all right then. So I think that's all questions covered for the moment. Right now, in relation to speaker statements, Ken, we have one speaker statement with us this evening. That's from Laura Blake. Yeah. Okay, so this is a statement of objection. I understand Laura Blake is joining us online. Laura, if you can hear us. Obviously, you've got quite a large statement here. We'll give you 3 minutes if you could do your best to get through as much as possible. And when you're ready, please start. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee. I'll keep my camera off just to help the internet connection. Thames Crossing Action Group represents thousands of people who are strongly opposed to the proposed Lower Thames crossing. We also strongly oppose this planning application for the LTC compound. Governments state that a person who has undertaken authorised development has only one opportunity to obtain planning permission after the event. This LTC compound site has been subject to numerous retrospective planning applications, has now been in use for 2.5 years. We therefore feel this application should be refused on the grounds that one opportunity should be given and the applicant, a government company and their associated contractors should know better. The fact that they have not sought planning permission prior to the development and use of the site just goes to show their complete lack of respect for the planning procedures, our council and our community. They're asking for the 5 years they have requested to begin when permission is granted. What about the 2.5 years that they have already been using it without permission? Not only has their behaviour in regard to this site been questionable to date, we also seriously question the info that they have provided within the application documentation. For example, the applicant stated that there were no trees on site, yet they have destroyed trees to place their temporary offices that they do not have permission for. The applicant states that 220 staff would utilise the site, but on average, at only one time, there would likely be 80, yet there is no commitment to keeping to the figure of 80 staff, and we don't have any reason to trust that they wouldn't increase the numbers on site. When their estimated traffic movements for just 80 of their staff would see 501 vehicle movements, we have serious concerns that the traffic movements have been provided based on a smaller percentage of staff using the site than they are saying the site could accommodate. There are no guarantees that they would not increase traffic movements if it suited their needs and wants. We do not agree with the comparisons to the coach park traffic numbers, as even if it was a coach park, it never saw, or even when it was a coach park, it never saw usage as high as being proposed. We consider it to be an inappropriate use of Greenbelt due to the nature of the on-site buildings, which would also negatively impact the openness of the site. There is no evidence that the use of the site would bring any benefits to the local area. In fact, the opposite can be said, especially since having an LTC compound in our community has negative impact on our community. With regard to other possible sites or claims that this site has been integral to the progress of the LTC development consent order application, there is no reason at all why the DCO application work needs to be carried out within Thurrock and couldn't be done at their offices in London or elsewhere. We can in no way see how a site that supports progressing such a hugely destructive and harmful project as the proposed Lower Thames crossing can be considered a sustainable development. We therefore call upon the Council to refuse this application, but should it be granted, and in light of the applicant's previous lack of respect, we stress the importance of conditions and close monitoring of the site and that necessary action is taken as needed. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that statement. It's a very good statement there. Okay, right. So, are there any further questions based on what you've heard there? No? Okay. All right then. So, on that basis, we will head to debate. Would anyone like to start the debate this evening? Councillor Polly.
Thank you, Chair. I was on the committee when we first deferred this, and I didn't like it then, and I like it even less now, to be absolutely truthful. As a representative of one of the wards that could be affected should the Lower Thames crossing go ahead, we're having difficulty getting these people to come out to our residents to have consultation. The thought that any future consultation with National Highways would mean that residents of Thurrock have to find their way to Pilgrim's Lane with little or no public transport services, and just gives both National Highways and Lower Thames crossing an excuse not to consult with our residents even more. I find very distasteful. I can't disagree with anything that Laura said in her comments to the committee, but we are where we are, and there was a suggestion that there were no other sites. I think we did identify at the last committee that there were other sites that were more appropriate. We've certainly got compounds near the Arena Essex. There's a big compound there, and there's now compounds up by the Ilsit Cock. So I think Transport Officer, Highways Officer gave us the answer. Highways picked on that site because they'd used it before and they knew the site, and just felt they would revisit it and use it again, which again is doing things in isolation and not with this authority, which I find very distasteful indeed. I'm also, if they wanted 5 years at the beginning of this, I don't know why we couldn't sort of condition this now, if we were minded to approve it, to bring it down to 3 years, to bring it in with the 5 years that they originally requested. I would think for us to try and take enforcement on them, to try and disband that compound that is now huge, would be not feasible for this authority to do. So they're my thoughts. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further, Councillor Watson?
Thank you, Chair. I'm in the same sort of position as where Councillor Polly is. So last year, this was our very first meeting we had this. There was a planning application that came before us. We rejected it on the basis of we wanted a travel plan. We weren't happy with the HGVs and also about the Lower Thames crossing issue going there. And I'm equally in the same position as I am now. And I just feel that we haven't got an answer for what we originally asked for this time last year. So what they did is they just put in another application to try and just get it through as it is. I'm not in favour of this scheme at all. I think it will cause a lot of trouble within our network, and with all the best will in the world, no matter how much highways we're doing it, we'll do it. I think you will have trouble to enforce and try and keep it within the statutory numbers that they are saying within their planning consent. I also don't like the idea of they're going to start building. It is a green belt area, and therefore that has just been lost in the planning application a bit. So I'm very mindful, Chair, that I'm not in favour of this application, and I will be refusing it tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments, Councillor Pickler?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think I need to look at the alternatives. Where are they going to go? There's been a couple of mentions about, we could go up there, we could go down there. I think at the moment they're going to need somewhere, and from what I can remember of the overall scheme, that's pretty central to where most of the exploratory work, as far as the ground conditions and everything, is going to take place, because it's along the sort of route of the proposed road. As long as we can ensure that the figures that they quoted as far as HGV movements are concerned, and from what I worked out from them figures, if it was 501 but likely to be 400 and 25% of them are likely to be HGVs, that means there's 100 HGV movements potentially a day. That's a lot less than even when it was at its low, the coaches that were using the coach part and the buses that were using the coach part a day. So perhaps I'm being selfish in so much as that, perhaps I don't know it in my back door, but I do think that the fact that where it is sort of suits the investigations they're going to do, it does weigh in their favour.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll come in there as well. So basically, as we said earlier on in our planning training, sometimes it can be difficult planning because you vote for applications you're not too keen on, and sometimes you reject the ones you like. And I think, unfortunately, one of the things that did come up earlier on was, who we're dealing with, and unfortunately, when you look at developers, their previous history and what the end game is, unfortunately, that's not a material consideration. Of course, it's a concern, but it's very difficult to be prejudiced against the scheme, as unfortunately it's not material enough a reason on its own to reject an application. We're a little bit snookered on the site with this coach park. I suppose what's difficult with that is it is in planning law that the movements can access that site, and I know it's never going to be a coach park again. You know it's never going to be a coach park again, but ultimately they have sort of that is a strong card that they've got on this particular site. For example, if we did reject it, it would be very difficult to see an appeal inspector overturn that based on the previous use. We do have, obviously, that live deferral, which is a lot more HGV movements. So in a sense, if we was to approve this, it would be slightly less than what's already live, which can only be seen as a positive. And on the basis that it's also less than what the A13 have been using, I think, like yourself, Councillor Piccolo, it's one of those I think we could probably look to approve if we can really keep an eye on those movements. But it'll be interesting to see what everyone else thinks going forward. So, Councillor Piccolo, did anyone else want to comment? Councillor Piccolo?
Yeah, I know we've got a system down on the industrial estate in Stamford where they have a booking system. So one of the ways we could keep an eye on the lorry movements is one of the conditions is that they have to have a booking system for the lorries in and out. So that we can and you can turn up at any time and look at the booking system, and it's something that way at least we can check, and they will know that we've got a way of checking that they're not exceeding or vastly exceeding the numbers that are going on.
Okay, so I just spoke to Lee there. He seems that's quite reasonable. Matt, did you want to come in with anything?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think that's included in the traffic management plan condition. But if you wanted to bolster it up with its own separate condition, I don't see any reason not to.
Well, if it's not in the traffic management plan, then if we can put it in as a condition, that would allay possibly a lot of our fears.
Chair, if I may, I think it might be beneficial to do a vehicle booking system for both sites. So you can do the Balfour BT contractor site and then one for the National Highway side to bolster it out.
Okay, thank you. So we can add that as a condition. Councillor Polly.
Sorry, and can we manage that in some way that the booking system's not at the gates? Because what I can envisage then is while they're booking the lorries in, we're going to get a backlog of lorries onto the Pilgrims roundabout. So they'd have to sort of be able to get onto the site, not stopped at the gate for a booking in. Just for some clarification there, because I think we will create a problem if otherwise.
Yeah, Chair, I think we'd be asking for details of a vehicle booking system, so whether it's a paper trail version or whether it's ANPR camera systems. There's technology out there that can solve that problem, but I think we'd also need to put a mechanism in to say that they would regularly give us that information rather than us having to request it as well.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments? Okay then, so with that we'll head to the vote. Obviously there is a recommendation set out on page 363, that's recommendation 8.0. And obviously that recommendation does come with the condition, if it's not already in there, for a management plan or booking system, which obviously has to be approved by the council, and of course make sure it's not detrimental to the highways network. So I'm happy to propose that. Is that seconded by anyone? Councillor Piccolo. All right, so let's head to the vote and see where we end up. So all those in favour of agenda item 15, please raise your hands. Okay. That's 4 in favour, yeah. Okay, and all those against? Okay, and that's 3 against. Okay, you happy with that? Okay, so agenda item 15, Coach Park Pilgrims Lane, has been approved. Excellent. Okay, so that brings us to the end of the meeting. Thank you, everyone. I know it was a very large agenda. We've got 2 site visits to complete this month, so please keep an eye on your emails and we'll send through some dates and hopefully see you all there. And, yeah, look forward to seeing you all next month. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Cheers, thank you.